Okay, man, this has been some morning. Good gravy, Marie. Oh, what a morning. What a morning. I had a doctor's appointment. I had to start late. My internet is not cooperating. And then my power went off. So we are getting a very late start with the medical examiner's testimony. So I've been trying for an hour to get started here. So this is, I had his name a minute ago. Dr. William Ham. Okay. Okay, let's see if we do better with StreamYard. And hopefully everything will work right this time.
As the medical examiner for the 8th District of Florida, could you explain to the jury what you do?
The medical examiner is charged with public death investigation. Categories of death investigated by the medical examiner are defined by statute. In Florida, that's Florida Statute 406. Medical examiner of each district in the state is charged with investigating all deaths due to homicide, suicide, accident, deaths due to occupation, deaths that occur in prison or police custody, deaths that occur when someone is thought to be in good health and they die suddenly, deaths that have an element of public health interest, for instance, a communicable disease where the diagnosis hasn't been fully established, and there are several other categories.
What education and training is necessary to hold the position as both pathologist and medical examiner?
Medical degree, postgraduate training in pathology, and in the state of Florida, experience in forensic pathology.
How long have you been practicing first in the field of pathology and then forensic pathology and then as a medical examiner?
Formally began my training in pathology in 1975 at the Duke University Medical Center, where I completed residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the state of North Carolina at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. Then I worked as an Associate Chief Medical Examiner of the state of Kentucky, and then became the Medical Examiner of the 8th District of Florida in 1981.
Doctor, you used the term forensic pathology, and just so that everyone's clear on that, could you tell the jury what that means?
Pathology is the study of injury and disease. Forensic pathology specifically is a study of diseases that are of interest to the court and injuries. The proper ground of the proper field of interest for the forensic pathology would be violent and a natural death, and deaths where there is a significant element of public interest.
As the pathologist, a forensic pathologist, and also as a medical examiner, have you been called to testify in courts throughout this country to render expert opinions regarding cause of death and injury, traumatic and unexplained?
I've testified as a medical examiner in the courts of North Carolina, Kentucky, and Florida.
Can you give us an estimate of how many times you've testified?
About once a month since 1977.
And we can do the calculation.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would tender Dr. Hamilton as an expert in the field of forensic pathology so that he may render opinions and testify in this case. Dr. Hamilton, taking you back to late August of 1990, were you and your office called upon the discovery of the bodies of Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Manuel Taboda, and Tracy Paws for the purpose of evaluating their deaths, examining them, and rendering opinions regarding how they died?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon you being contacted in each of those cases, did you personally go to the crime scenes or the places where these persons were located?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I went to the crime scenes before the bodies had been moved and had an opportunity to examine the crime scenes and the bodies at the crime scenes.
Did you perform autopsies on each of these people?
I did.
What I'd like to do is I would like to take each of the deceased's individually, if the court will allow me. This way it'll be easier for us to discuss each of the cases. Let's start first with Sonia Larson. Dr. Hamilton, did you have occasion to view Sonia Larson where she was located when she was found? That would be the Williamsburg apartment on Southwest Archer Road, or off of Southwest Archer Road. Did you then also examine her in your autopsy suite, which would be your office for the performance of the autopsy and other examinations?
I did.
Could you tell the jury, please, what you found upon physical examination of Sonia Larson?
The body of Sonia Larson had multiple sharp force injuries.
How many? Did you keep a note of how many sharp force injuries and where they were located?
I did. There were 11 stab wound injuries of the right arm, 4 thrusts which went completely through the arm, that is 4 entry wounds and 4 exit wounds, and 3 puncture wounds, that is a knife entered the arm but did not exit from the opposite side, for a total of 11 separate defects. In addition, there were 5 stab wounds closely grouped on the right breast. Internally, some of those wound tracks went through the breast, through the front of the chest wall, into the right side of the chest, into the right lung, both the upper and lower lobes of the lung, and into the right atrium of the heart. Associated with that pattern of wounds was a collection of about 2 quarts of blood in the right pleural space. The deepest wound tracks from skin surface on the breast to the end of the wound track was 5 to 6 inches.
What does that tell you, doctor? Does that tell you anything about the weapon that was used or the type of weapon that was used?
The dimensions of the wounds and the characteristics of the entry wounds, as well as the internal wound characteristics, are helpful in determining the kind of weapon that was used. In this particular case, most of the most of the wounds were of somewhat variable length, which is normal in this situation. But the overall estimate was that we had a fairly large knife. It was sharpened on one edge, probably at least an inch thick, and probably at least 6 inches in length. The type of knife we suggested at that autopsy, and later we had no reason to change our opinion, was that it was a fairly large knife of the type that might be found in military combat units, and we suggested that the ideal candidate would be a Marine K-bar.
I know you're going to talk about that later in terms of how the wounds for each of these people are similar, and I'll get back to that in a little bit. Let me ask you specifically about Sonia Larson. Are you able to state, based upon your experience and in your expertise as a medical examiner, whether or not Sonia Larson was awakened, or in any way whether or not she defended herself during the stabbing?
The wound pattern in the right arm and the closely spaced wounds on the breast were a little peculiar till we looked at them and realized that that would be exactly the wound pattern that I would expect to find if the arm had been brought up over the chest, perhaps in a reflex mode. If one were asleep, the natural response to being stabbed might be to draw up in this fashion. I believe that at least some of the wounds in the breast were from a thrust that initially entered the arm, went completely through the arm and then into the breast. There were other wounds on the body, by the way.
Yes, we're going to talk about that. What I'd like to do is go ahead and get set up a diagram of the body. Let me do this first. Let me show you some photographs. What I'd like to do, Dr. Hamilton, is go ahead and get the diagram up and allow you to step down with the court's permission. And you can discuss, along with photographs, the rules that you found on Ms. Larson's examiner, and explain to the jury your conclusions regarding her missing arm. So you can pull this a little bit closer because these are not as large as the other diagram that we have. May the witness step down a moment? Yes.
Can the witness say something?
Yes. Dr. Hamilton, I'm going to switch over to you because it's a lot easier for the court for to hear you, and I'm going to give you this late pointer. Before we do anything, Your Honor, I'd like to, at this time, identify this diagram as it states Exhibit 8M for identification. Dr. Hamilton, I'm showing you State Exhibit M for identification. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
Now, this is a diagram that was prepared for me from original diagrams contained in the autopsy report from the body of Sonia Larson.
Did you actually prepare that yourself at the time of the examination?
I prepared the diagram upon which this one was based at the time of the examination. There's a lot more information in the other diagram about numbers and weights and notes.
I'm waiting line for
Numbers, weights, notes.
The initial diagram had more on it. You have kind of coded to the information that's needed for this particular testimony today.
I have made an effort to depict the injuries sustained by Sonia Larson in this diagram and have deleted all other parts of the original diagram.
Would this document aid you in your testimony today?
Let me kind of move on here because I can't hear you.
All right.
Why don't you just back it off just a little bit, show you the side of it, maybe that'll help.
Back this up?
Just a little bit, so you can kind of line
Well,
up.
you want to see that if you move farther back, I know it's smaller, and you can't see this very clear.
You want some pictures from here?
Sure, I guess right here, that's good, that's perfect.
Thank you.
Dr. Hamilton, would this diagram aid you in your testimony before the jury today?
It would.
And does that diagram reasonably and accurately depict what you saw when you saw Sonia Larson?
It does to the extent of my artistic ability.
So I'd like to move that into the next numbered exhibit into evidence.
Here's Mr. Parker.
Okay,
All right, it'll be somewhere.
that's 8 down. Receipt, Your Honor, is number 176.
Thank you.
Dr. Hamilton, if you would go ahead and explain to the jury what this diagram shows.
This diagram shows the pattern of sharp force injuries that were present on the body of Sonia Larson. On the right arm, there are 11 stab force injuries. On the right breast, there's a grouping of 5 stab wounds. Beneath the left breast, going into the left armpit, there is a 4-inch stab wound and slash. And just beneath that, a smaller stab wound of 1 inch in length. The left lung was punctured, and in the left pleural space, found about 2 quarts of blood. In addition, on the anterior or front surface of the left thigh, there is a slash measuring about 5 by 2.5 inches, about 2.5 inches.
Dr. Hamilton, photographs have also been taken, and I'd like to show you 3 of them. Show you it's previously been marked states 26, states 27, and states 20.
The singer would also read the numbers.
The LP numbers. That would be 265P076. That would be States Exhibit 20. 215P040, the States Exhibit 27. And 265P-080, the States Exhibit 26. Let me go ahead and take States Exhibit 20 first. If you would please, Dr. Hamilton, show the jury where in relation to this photograph, what injury you see in this particular photograph using the pointer in related to the diagram.
Using what?
Using the pointer, he's going to show us on the photograph where a particular injury is on this diagram.
On the right arm, we could see several stab wounds. On the right breast, a few more stab wounds are evident. And on the left leg, one deep slash is visible in this photograph.
Is that the way Sonia Larson appeared to you when you saw her at the scene?
That's exactly how the body appeared when I first arrived on the scene.
We'll show you States 26 now, and perhaps you can describe the wounds you can see in the particular photograph.
This is a photograph taken from the foot of the bed. It depicts the body as it appeared when I first arrived on the scene. In this photograph, we can still see a few stab wounds in the right arm. We can just barely see the stab wound on the left side of the chest, and the slash on the left leg is quite visible.
One last one, Dr. Hamilton. This is States Exhibit 27.
States Exhibit 27 shows the fairly large incised wound just beneath the left breast.
Also in this photograph, Dr. Hamilton, there is a shirt, I believe, or some kind of garment on Miss Larson. Did you examine that garment?
I did.
We're going to show it to you later, but I just want, is that the garment that was taken off of Miss Larson at the autopsy suite?
That is, and I removed it myself. I just realized this photograph also shows a second stab wound just beneath the left breast. It's visible here beneath the larger defect.
In your opinion, based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did Sonia Larson die as a result of these stab wounds?
My opinion, the cause of death of Sonia Larson was multiple stab wounds.
Why don't you go ahead and allow me to go on to the next. Dr. Hamilton, the leg wound on Miss Larson, does that particular wound in any way say anything about whether or not Miss Larson had defended herself or in any way fought off the attack before she was fatally stabbed?
We're talking about the one on the left leg, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? No, I don't really think it speaks to that issue. It may have been something from a defensive posture, but not necessarily.
Were you able to determine how long Miss Larson would have lived from the time she was initially stabbed?
I think the whole group of injuries could have occurred in a very short period of time. A blitz-style assault, certainly less than half a minute.
Did you say a blitz style? I'm sorry.
Blitz-style, that means rapid succession of thrusts into the body. And that she probably would have lost consciousness very rapidly,
so it would go in
considering
and
all the
out
punctures of
faster.
vital organs, heart, and both lungs. I don't think she remained conscious for more than a minute, if that long.
Thank God.
Let's go ahead then and talk about the next person in the Williamsburg apartment, and that would have been Christina Powell. It might be best for me to show you some photographs of Ms. Powell.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior
Well, I forgot how to
absorption.
do it. There it is. And
A cropped, which means that this is a photograph that has some cropping on it, Doctor. Let me show it to you and ask you if you recognize this particular photograph.
Yes, I've seen this photograph before, and I recognize the scene.
And I believe because of the initials ME, this is a photograph that was actually taken by you or your office at the time that you visited the scene, correct?
Yes, that photograph was taken by Mr. Zeller.
And does this photograph reasonably and accurately depict what you saw when you went to the scene?
Except for the cropping, it does reasonably and accurately depict what I saw at the scene.
Dr. Hamilton, if you would please outline for the jury what you found upon examination of Christina Powell.
The significant findings at the autopsy of Christina Powell were stab wounds in the back with perforation of right lung, ligature marks and adhesive material on both wrists, and adhesive material on the top of the left foot. There were small bruises on right and left legs, a rather superficial cut on the right wrist.
Were you able to make any determination as to the type of weapon that was used to inflict these particular wounds?
The weapon produced wound characteristics similar to that previously described on the autopsy of Sonia Larson. I believe the same kind of weapon was probably used in both cases.
Once again, Your Honor, I'd like to ask the witness stand down and approach the diagram that has been placed on the easel. This would be State's Exhibit 8J for identification. Once again, I think I should move and send you on the other side, make it easier for everybody. Dr. Hamilton, once again, would this particular diagram aid you in your presentation and testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it done the same way that the previous diagram was done? That you drew it at the time of the autopsy, and then you changed it a bit to take out some of the information that's not really relevant here today for presentation?
That's correct.
We'd like for you to stop doing this in the next number of Exhibit 9.
Okay, so moved.
And the clerk will put the stamp on it then.
Marcus number 177.
Dr. Hamilton, if you would go ahead and describe for us the wounds that you have drawn on the diagram and your findings.
The significant wounds are depicted on the diagram of the posterior surface of the body, and that is a cluster of 5 stab wounds in the mid back.
As far as the stab wounds are concerned, could you tell us where exactly they're located in respect to the body organs?
Yes, these wounds are located directly over the spine and over the left and right lungs. I have numbered them for convenience only, not to indicate a presumed order of infliction, because there's really no way I can tell which is the first blow, the second, the third, the fourth, or the fifth.
Are you able to render an opinion as to how long Ms. Powell survived between the time of the infliction of any one of those wounds to the time that she would have passed away?
Yes, I'm able to render an estimate.
Yes, please.
The reasonable time frame. The first 2 wounds here, numbers 1 and 2, actually had short internal wound tracts, did not actually penetrate into a body cavity. So the underlying lung and great vessels next to the spine are intact. The wound I've numbered 3 here, however, did go just over the spine into the right pleural space, into the right lung, and as well as number 4. They both entered the lung. In fact, one of those wound tracks ended with a tiny little puncture wound just beneath the right breast. The overall length of that wound tracks about 7.5 inches. And wound number 5 here, although it enters the right middle space, does not actually injure the lung. And it's probably because by this time the lung had collapsed, having been punctured twice. And associated with this wound, accumulation of large quantities of blood in the right middle space. Now, it would take a while for the blood to be pumped out of those wounds. I do not believe she died as quickly as Sonia Larson. I think she might have had a few minutes of consciousness, perhaps a little less. It's difficult to say exactly.
Doctor, I'd like to show you what you previously marked as State's Exhibit 35. This is entity photograph number 188. Ask if you recognize this particular photograph.
I do.
Did you, in fact, or one of your staff under your direction, take this photograph at the autopsy suite here in Gainesville?
That was taken by a member of my office staff at the autopsy suite, yes.
And could you tell the jury what this particular photograph depicts?
This photograph depicts the back of the body of Christina Powell, and on the mid-back here we see a cluster of 5 stab wounds.
These are the wounds you were just discussing a moment ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Doctor, from this particular photograph in your examination, was it your conclusion that the knife that was used for Sonia Larson to inflict wounds was the same or similar knife to that was used on Miss Christina Powell?
The wound patterns on the 2 bodies are similar. The same weapon could have been used for both murders.
Upon your examination of Miss Powell, did you have an opportunity to examine her vaginal area?
Yes.
Do you recall at the scene, and I'll show you again a photograph, State's Exhibit 30, do you recall at the scene seeing anything unusual around the vaginal area or at the, between the legs of the
Yes, ma'am.
victim? And what did you see there?
There was a towel and a bottle of Dawn liquid dish detergent and a sticky fluid on the pubic hair and in the whole the pubic perineal region.
Did that suggest to you that Ms. Powell had been cleansed or
Yes.
douched in any way?
Suggested effort was made to clean up the body.
Do you recall whether or not upon your examination of the vaginal area you found any sperm cells?
I took 2 sets of slides from vagina, rectum, and oral cavity. I stained one set with hematoxylin and eosin and examined it myself. Hematoxylin and eosin, standard tissue staining. And I did not see any spermatids, any sperm cells in that sample. The duplicate set of unstained slides was submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I have not heard of their findings. And also swabbings of material from all 3 areas were submitted as well for additional studies.
Now, just to clarify, the testimony that's been presented, seminal fluid from a male would not necessarily contain spermatozoa, is that correct?
We're not necessarily deep.
Would not necessarily contain spermatozoa, is that correct? You could have seminal fluid and not have
You
sperm.
can have seminal fluid without sperm if there's a low sperm count, no sperm count, or if the person's having a vasectomy.
I'd like to show you 2 other photographs. This is State's Exhibit 37, 265P008, and State's Exhibit 36, 265P007. Do you recognize these particular photographs?
I do.
What they depict?
Yes.
And what do they depict, Doctor?
They show the left and right hands of the body of Christina Powell as they appeared at the scene. And shown on the wrist is bare area, on both about 2 inches in width, and that's a very good pattern for a ligature marking, specifically a wrist that has been taped and the tape subsequently removed. Now on the thumbs, you see on the face of the thumbs, there's a purplish discoloration. I think that is the result of being tightly bound and some congestion occurring in the blood vessels of the hand. That is not a bruise.
Now, when you say ligature, you're saying taping with duct tape or that type of tape cause or be consistent with what you see?
Duct tape would be very consistent with this pattern. There's a bit of adhesive material present on the wrists.
I believe you show that on your diagram as well, that there's tape mark on both the right and the tape.
And then and additional adhesive material with no obvious tape mark on the top of the left foot.
All right, this time, Your Honor, I'd like to ask Dr. Hamilton to take a seat again. We'll move on to the next. Before we move away from Williamsburg, Dr. Hamilton, I do want to show you one other item of evidence that I think maybe Mr. Nyland will copy of this. State Exhibit 44 has been previously marked as evidence. You could put it up and be on that one. Maybe on the board, I think would be helpful. Dr. Hamilton, do you recognize State Exhibit 44 or any evidence?
I do.
Well, what is that?
State Exhibit 44 is a T-shirt and two paper bags. The T-shirt was on the body of Sonia Larson, and the bags hands.
This may be your tag here, Doctor. It says MH 24990. Do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, 249-90.
That's our case number for this death investigation. The tag bears my handwriting and signature and the date of the autopsy, which is 27 August 1990.
Now, Dr. Hamilton, did you examine this T-shirt while it was on the body of Sonia?
Yes, I did.
And would you tell the jury what you found when you examined the T-shirt on the body?
The T-shirt had been pulled upward, exposing both breasts, and it was pulled up on the back. However, you'll see that there are elongated slits or tears in the T-shirt that correspond to the sites of the injuries on the body very well. This is where the garment would have been normally draped if worn in the usual fashion on the body. This indicates that this T-shirt was on the body in normal fashion when she was stabbed through the shirt, and then the body was moved.
And from your view of the photographs, was she pulled from someplace on the bed down to the edge of the bed? Maybe I can show you that photograph again. Showing the photograph, State Exhibit 20. Does it appear to you from that photograph that she was pulled from farther to farther?
Yes, it does. It appears she's been pulled from a normal position that one would assume on the waterbed while sleeping down to the edge of the bed and then draped over the edge of the waterbed frame.
Ms. Nyland, remove this and give this back to the clerk. Dr. Hamilton, before I move to Ms. Hoyt, did you prepare a diagram for Crystal Hoyt, the third victim of the Gainesville student homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 8N for identification and ask you to recognize this particular diagram.
I do recognize that diagram. It's a diagram prepared by myself.
Now, Dr. Hamilton, is this prepared for testimony today similar to the way the other diagrams were?
Yes, it was. This is prepared from the original diagram in our death investigative report, deleted material that will not be presented here today.
I'd like to go ahead and move this State's 8N into evidence at the next numbered exhibit.
Okay. What's the number? Receipt is 178.
And evidence is 170.
Dr. Hamilton, if you would please, before I ask you to step down again, explain to the jury what, you did go to the Hoyt crime scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you viewed Miss Hoyt situated at the crime scene.
I did.
And then you then performed an autopsy of her in your offices in the autopsy suite here, and I guess it is in downtown Gainesville.
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what your conclusions were regarding the cause of death in Miss Hoyt?
In my opinion, the cause of death of Krista Hoyt is a stab wound at the back.
Let me go ahead and show you two photographs. One that's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 88, 116-046, and ask you if you recognize this particular photograph.
I recognize this photograph.
And what does this photograph depict, sir?
It's the photograph of the body of Krista Hoyt as it appeared at the scene when I first arrived at the scene and had a chance to examine it.
I will now show you a photograph that has been marked State's Exhibit 4B-1, ME-119A. It is a cropped photograph, and I must enter the original photograph of evidence with the folks. What I'd like to do is drop the original off here and then allow the witnesses to look at the cropped photograph. Dr. Hamilton, do you recognize this particular photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Did you or a member of your staff under your direction take that photograph?
Yes,
And was that taken at the autopsy suite?
it was.
And was that a photograph of Krista Hoyt?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd like to, does it fairly accurately depict Krista Hoyt as you saw her?
At one point during the course of the postmortem examination of the body.
That's correct. Your Honor, I would like to tender this as the next numbered item of evidence for the state.
Same objections previously.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to review this.
Objections only.
The uncropped photo receipt is 179-1. The uncropped photo,
All right.
179-2.
The crop is one or the uncropped is one?
Is it cropped to show that, or to hide that her head was cut off?
Dr. Hamilton, if you would step down, please, and
But they're offering the
once again,
uncropped photo into evidence
explain
too.
to the jury what the diagram depicts.
And they don't want the jury to know that she was beheaded.
This diagram depicts findings on the body of Krista Hoyt seen from the back of the body, the posterior aspects of the body. And on the left side of the chest, very near the spine, there's a fairly large stab wound. And internally, this wound goes through the aorta, it goes through the left lung, and into the left breast. The overall length of the wound tract, the length that the blade passed through the tissues and organs is 7 1/2 inches.
Was that wound consistent with the wounds you saw in both Sonia Larson and Christina Powell?
Yes, it is entirely consistent to have been produced by the same weapon. There is a second, smaller stab wound on the right arm. It's a third superficial injury, only about 1 inch deep.
Let me go ahead now and show State's Exhibit 179-1, which is your photograph of the back of Miss Hoyt. Is there anything about the coloration of the body that tells you anything about the length of time that the body was in a particular position?
There is a well-established pattern of lividity. There is a purplish discoloration on the back of the body. Lividity is a discoloration that forms in bodies after death, after circulation has ceased. The blood that's in the body settles and goes down, and this purplish discoloration appears in fair-skinned people on the surfaces of the body that are closest to the ground. This pattern of lividity tells me the body has been lying on its back for a while.
Were you able to say, based on a reasonable degree of certainty, how long, or give an estimate of how long the body would have been lying on its back? Looking at that particular photograph, looking at the body.
Lividity takes a while to form. It can become apparent in very light-skinned people in a short period of time, within a half hour or so. To become fully established takes a very long length of time, anywhere from 4 to 12 hours.
Now, showing State's Exhibit 88, which is what you testified to, was a photograph of Ms. Hoyt as you found her at the crime scene. She is not apparently on her back. What does the lividity tell you in respect to this particular photograph?
There's still lividity on the back, and in this particular photograph, the back is the highest part of the body. That's inappropriate. Let us not flow upward in a dead body. It goes down. That tells me that lividity had formed while the body was on its back, and then it was moved. It was rearranged.
Now, is there your testimony that Ms. Hoyt was after death moved from a lying position to a sitting position?
Yes, after she had been dead for at least a few hours.
Now, I know in this photograph that her legs are over the edge of the bed, similar to that of Sonia Morrison. Is that how you found her?
That's exactly how the body appeared when I arrived at the scene.
Had she been laid back, then her legs would have been on the floor, and her body laid back, similar to that of Sonia Morrison. Was the vaginal area of Crystal Hoyt examined by you, Dr. Hamilton, in the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
What did you find, if anything, upon that examination?
Took smears from the usual body orifices and found sperm cells in the vaginal smear.
When we were talking about lividity a moment ago, could you explain what rigor mortis is for the jury?
Rigor mortis is the rigidity of death. It is the stiffness that occurs in major muscle groups, particularly evident in the extremities and arms and legs after death. It's very similar to lividity in its onset and its duration. It is first noticeable within a half hour to an hour after death in most cases, and may take from 4 to 12 hours to become fully rigid or complete. After a period of time, it begins to pass away as muscle proteins are undergoing chemical processes of decomposition, and bacterial proliferation occurs. Proliferation occurs, further accelerating the processes of decomposition. Eventually, it passes away completely. The whole time frame may be shortened or it may be expanded. The temperature is the controlling factor.
Did you find that rigor mortis had set in, or that there were signs of that in Ms. Hoyt's body? When you found her at the scene?
One of my favorite
Commercial. Well, I don't know where just because went. When I restarted my stream, I lost my chat. I only had one person.
I have one of the photographs to show you, Dr. You could approach counsel table for a moment.
I very much appreciate that one person.
Yes, this is a picture of State's Exhibit 87 into evidence. And I ask you if you recognize this particular picture.
And I very much appreciate anybody that's lurking. Oh, there you are.
I've seen that picture, yes.
This has been identified as the hand of
Monday.
Mr. Boyd with the watch. Do you recall whether you specifically
That's normal.
examined that?
Yes, I saw it had a touch home video. I remember seeing that. It's listed on my diagram.
So that was when she was in the autopsy suite.
I'm sorry, that one's not.
That was when she was brought to the autopsy suite.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
That's my
Name.
age.
Then, and we'll go ahead to the next
Playing Candy Crush.
crime scene, which will be gay room.
And thinking about a million other things at the same time.
Dr. Hamilton, so the jury can get a picture of what you're doing here, obviously they'll come to you for examination together. This occurred within a several day time frame, correct?
That's correct.
I believe that you would have sometime after the 28th, or maybe even on the 20th of August, seen both Manuel Taboda and Tracy Carlos. These would have been the two students that were residing in the Gatorwood apartment.
Right. The autopsies of the previous three bodies were on August 27th, and the autopsies of Tracy Paulus was on the 28th, and Manuel Taboda's was actually on the 29th.
I feel bad. I've been saying
Now,
his name for
Dr. Hamilton, you went to the Gatorwood crime scene as well, did you know?
That's correct.
Let me go ahead and show you some.
But I guess that's the way I first heard it, and it stuck that way.
What I'd like you to do is identify them, and then we can discuss them when we come up to the diagram. I'd like to first show you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 95, LP 113, and ask you if you recognize that particular photograph.
Yes, I recognize this photograph.
And that's a photograph of Manuel Taboda as he was seen at the crime scene.
Yeah, that's how he appeared when I first saw him at the crime scene.
Now I'd like to show you a group of photographs, States Exhibit 126, which is a medical examiner photograph 010. I'll hand them to you. States Exhibit 125, which is a medical examiner photograph 049.
So I guess it wasn't my internet. I
States
guess it
Exhibit
was.
127, which
Oh,
is a
yeah,
medical
it's
examiner
slowing
photograph
everything down.
004. States Exhibit 124, which is ME photograph 025. States Exhibit 123, which is medical examiner photograph
gotta use
023. States Exhibit 122, which is ME photograph 024.
Which I can pay by the month. I figured out how
States
to do
Exhibit
it more
121, which
that
is
way.
ME medical examiner photograph
That's the way
050.
I'm gonna have to do it.
States Exhibit 120, which is ME photograph 006. And the last, which is a crop photograph, Dr. Hamilton, for your information, of States Exhibit 118, which is ME photograph 005A. Do you recognize these particular photographs?
Yes, I do.
And were these photographs taken at the autopsy suite under your direction, or possibly you may have been taken?
They were all taken in my presence and at my direction.
Doctor, would you mind stepping down again and looking at my diagram? With this diagram here, States Exhibit 8K, drawn similar to the other diagrams you've already identified.
You've
yes,
already,
it's-
I'm sorry, you've already,
Identified.
thank you.
All of these diagrams were prepared last weekend from the original diagrams in the case file.
Based on that testimony, I've moved this into evidence as an excellent exhibit unless there's objection.
Okay. I'll mark it to the next exhibit.
Received is number 180.
Can everyone see that? I realize as we get more on the diagram, it's a little bit smaller. Dr. Hamilton, if you would go ahead and explain to the jury what you found upon examination of Manuel Taboda.
The body of Manuel Taboda had 31 cuts and stabs on the face, on the trunk, on the arms, and on the right leg. This included a slash of the chin, stab wound of the neck, and a grouping of 11 stabs and cuts in the upper mid chest, a large stab wound measuring 2.25 inches on the skin surface here in the upper abdomen, the gastric region. A slash on the lateral aspect of the right thigh, and 2 cuts on the lower right leg below the knee, as well as cuts and stabs on the left wrist and hand and on the right.
Before we go into your conclusions, I'd like to ask you, looking at that photograph of the scene that you looked at a moment ago, see if you could find a thought. From the way that Mr. Tabota was positioned on the bed when you found him, would you draw any conclusions as to his position before he was stabbed? Were you able to say whether he was sleeping on his stomach, on his back, or anything such as that?
From the pattern of wounds, it was
I have a question. I've always, and if you guys are on Replay Crew, if you want to drop what you think, your opinion down in the comments. I've always thought, and it's just my opinion, I've always thought that he quit because he was surprised by Manny. Because Manny was the only guy, and Manny was at the last scene. And he didn't know, I don't think he knew that there was a guy there. I think that he had only seen Tracy, and that he went in there to get her and then saw Manny and killed him, and then but Manny fought back and he almost didn't get away. And so I think that's why he quit. Or why he moved on, I should say. Why he moved on. He went to Ocala. And from my being a true crime fan for most of my life, I used to watch true crime stuff with my mom. We used to watch Unsolved Mysteries together and just documentaries and all kinds of stuff growing up. I watched that stuff with my mom. And they don't stop because they get like a high from this. Like they get a dopamine hit, an endorphin hit, and they get a high from it and they don't stop. But what I've learned from this trial that I didn't know, and I don't even know if I put it, when I did the video about him, I don't even know if I put it in the video, that he was incarcerated in Mississippi at one point. I mean, I'll be the first to admit that I'm not an excellent researcher. And when it comes to this guy, I'm tunnel visioned because of the Gainesville murders, and that's where I lived and that's where I worked, and he scared the crap out of me. So I didn't realize he'd been in a Mississippi prison for 5 years. And he said that he was going to kill a person for each year he was incarcerated. But I have a really hard time believing that, because like even at the first scene, like Christina and Sonia, he only essayed one of them. It's like he only wanted one of them, but there were 2 of them. So he got rid of one to have the other one. So I don't think he's being truthful when he says, well, I killed 5 because of the 5 years I was incarcerated, because I don't think he expected Manny to be there. So I think, because he moved on to Ocala and he robbed in Ocala. Well, he robbed the bank in Gainesville. He robbed a grocery store in Ocala. So robbery was, part of his thing too. So do you think, because there's a college in Ocala too. At the time it was a community college. It's a 4-year college now. But do you think that he would have started killing again when he moved on to another town, because that's what serial killers do. They don't just like hit someplace and kill a few people and then stop. I mean, well, the Zodiac did it, but they thought the Golden State Killer did that too. But he was just switching MOs. He did eventually stop too, though. I don't know. I just think that I don't buy I was going to do 5 and stop. I think he would eventually have killed more people in Ocala, where he robbed that grocery store, if he hadn't been caught. Yeah, I don't think, I've never heard a serial killer been like, oh, I was just going to do these and then I was going to stop. Like, they don't stop like that. They usually don't stop until they're caught. There's been a couple that have, like the Zodiac, the Golden State. I think the Golden State Killer did quit. But the majority of them don't quit unless they're caught. And I just don't buy that I was only going to do 5. I just don't. Okay. That's just, that bugs me. I mean, I'm glad they caught him before.
Would
That
be
just
most
bugs
likely
me.
to sleep on his back. This would be the area that would be presented to opportunity for the assailant. So it would work.
Going ahead then, were you able to determine which of these wounds or which of these number of wounds caused the death of Mr. Bundy?
Well, in my opinion, the cause of death of Mr. Toda is multiple stab wounds and cuts.
Are you able to state or give an estimate to the jury how long Mr. Toda may have lived from the time he was first inflicted with the wound to the time? From the time the what? First inflicted to the time the last kill was inflicted.
Now, we do not know the entire duration of the assault that ended Mr. Toda's life, but I think, again, it could have occurred in a very short period of time. It doesn't take long to stab and draw and stab and draw and stab and cut. It does not take long to fall, particularly if you have someone who's determined to accomplish the deed at hand. He would not necessarily have immediately collapsed. In fact, we see evidence here that he put up something of a struggle. These wounds on his hands are certainly consistent with that, grabbing at his assailant and indeed beaten away with the knife. I don't think he could have sustained a very lengthy defense, though, because he has punctures of internal organs, lost a great deal of blood in a short period of time.
Let me go ahead and show you the photograph that's been marked as States Exhibit 126. Does this photograph accurately depict the upper body wounds inflicted upon Mr. Bundy?
Yes, it does.
And does this photograph, which is States Exhibit 125, accurately depict the abdominal wound that you have drawn on the diagram?
Yes.
Doctor, you did talk a little bit about defensive wounds, and I'd like to show you your photographs of Mr. Kubota's hands. That's States Exhibit 122, States Exhibit 123, and States Exhibit 124. All of these wounds appear to be on the back side of the hands. Is that correct? Is that
That's
what you
correct.
found, and not the palm side?
Right. The classical defense wound is a palmar wound, that is the hand is put up to ward off a blow. The blade enters the hand on the palm side. These are all on the back. But that would be consistent with the struggle with grabbing at your assailant. The palm side is not available for wounding. It's holding on to something. But the back of the hand is certainly a target to be stabbed. Now, his internal wounds tell me that he didn't struggle terribly long. He has punctures of his aorta, of the superior vena cava, these very large vessels entering and leaving the heart. He has multiple punctures of right and left lungs, and both sides of his chest are filled with blood. And there's as well a great deal of blood outside the body.
Can you tell us whether or not these defensive wounds on the hand occurred prior to the chest wounds to the body?
No, I cannot.
Now, if I may just approach you, is it your testimony that these wounds are suggestive, if I may approach you, of someone who may have grabbed onto the clothing of the assailant and the assailant then trying to bat away the hands by using the weapon?
Either the clothing or onto a body part physically. Now, an attack with a knife is up close and personal. You have to be very close to the individual to do them harm. So it'd be very easy to do them harm. So it would be reasonable to expect the person being stabbed to reach out and grab at the victim.
And if you did get contact with the clothing
Grab the assailant.
of the assailant, if the victim did get make contact and grab onto the clothing of the assailant, would it then be, from these wounds, suggested that the assailant took the knife to bat away the arms and the hands, and stabbing the hands and the wrists in this manner?
Yes.
The photograph, State's Exhibit 127, shows another wound that I don't know how it's depicted on the drawing. It appears to be the side view or profile view of Mr. Defoe's body. Could you explain what this photograph shows so the jury can have a full understanding of it?
This diagram does not have a place to depict that particular wound. It's a stab wound in the right armpit. Instead, I've indicated its position on this diagram, writing a small stab wound and then a line that goes toward the right armpit.
And this is one of the 31 stab wounds that you counted in the course of your examination.
31 stabs and cuts. Yes, ma'am.
There were also a number of wounds to the legs, Dr. Hamilton, State's Exhibit 118, 120, and in State's Exhibit 121 reflect these wounds, and perhaps you can explain to the jury your conclusions regarding how these occurred.
I think these would be the kind of wounds I'd expect to see on a person who was attacked while lying in bed, and the result of their reaction, you're going to move all extremities and make every effort to get out of there. And during the course of the assault, with multiple thrusts of the knife, several of them contacted the legs.
Doctor, do you recall, you may have to go back to your notes for this, do you recall the height and weight of Mr. Defoe? Are you able to give us an idea?
I can give you a length of the body because it's indicated right on this diagram, it's 73 inches.
So that would be how tall and how is?
That is 6 feet 1 inch. Now that is the length on the autopsy table. The actual standing height may have been an inch taller or shorter.
And do you recall what type of size or build Mr. Defoe was when you examined him? Was there anything extraordinary about his size or build?
Mr. Defoe appeared to be in a very good state of health and very muscular. Appeared to have been a powerful individual during life.
Maybe I have to sit there for a little bit while we move on to the next. Dr. Hamilton, you also had occasion to examine the shirt that was on Mr. Tavoda at the time he was brought into the autopsy.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
We'll go ahead and pop that up here for you. Taking a look now at this particular item, do you recognize this shirt as it's State's Exhibit 134 in the record? Do you recognize this particular shirt?
Yes, I do.
And is that the shirt that you found on Mr. Tavoda's body when you had him in the autopsy suite? Describe how it appeared when you first saw it. Was it on his body entirely, or do you recall whether or not it was moved in any way?
It was on his body. I don't recall exactly how it was positioned.
Unlike Sonia Larson's shirt that was moved up. Tell us what you see when you look at that shirt.
There are a number of cuts and defects of various lengths in this shirt, and they correspond with pretty much with the wounds that were present on the body. Now, the shirt can move freely over the body, so the dimensions of the wound on the body are not necessarily the same as those on the shirt.
Dr. Hamilton, were you able to put an estimate on the length of time, maximum length of time Mr. Defoe could have of lived after the infection of the first significant wound. I realized he could have lived for a while if he'd had the external wounds to the limbs, but the wounds that were to the chest and the abdomen, were you able to put any estimate time on how long he would have lived after the affliction of those wounds?
I don't think he would have been conscious for more than a minute, probably, or possibly a little less than that.
But of course, you can't say which wound was first inflicted. The doctor cannot say which wound was first inflicted. He could have had a more superficial wound inflicted.
That's correct. We cannot look at the pattern and give a precise order of infliction. Can't do that.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We'll go ahead and move on to Ms. Paulus. You know, I don't think I asked you, Doctor, but the wounds you saw on Mr. Tabota, were they also consistent with the K-bar military issue type knife that you've been describing in the other crime scenes?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead now, while you're sitting down, and show you State's Exhibit 8L, which is a diagram of Tracy Paulus. Do you recognize this particular diagram?
Yes, I do.
Was it drawn in the same manner as the other diagrams?
Yes, this diagram was prepared last weekend by myself.
Will it aid you in your testimony today?
It will.
Her words?
It will.
Any objection to this being introduced evidence?
Receipt is number 181.
Before we go on to the diagram, to show you some photos that have been previously marked into evidence, State's Exhibit 94, which is LPO 96. Do you recognize this particular photograph?
Yes, I do.
I understand from your prior testimony that you went to the scene and you would have seen both Mr. Tabota and Ms. Paulus as they were found at the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
I show you now State's Exhibit 131, which is LP-097 sub A. Doctor, this is a cropped photograph, but I ask you if you can recognize it with the cropping.
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be Ms. Paulus as you saw her, I believe, at the crime scene?
Yes.
The view of her head. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 130, which is LP-089, and ask you whether or not you recognize this particular photograph.
I recognize this photograph.
And does that depict the bottom part of Ms. Paulus, the scene at the crime scene?
Yeah, it depicts the bottom of the trunk and the upper portion of her legs from the front view, yes.
And I'm going to show you ME, that's medical examiner photograph 066A. This is also a cropped photograph at State's Exhibit 128.
Yeah, I think that's what they
If you
did when
recognize
they
this photograph.
I think they're cropping out.
I recognize this photograph.
And what does that photograph depict, sir?
It's a photograph of the back of Tracy Paulus.
I'd like you to stand out
their
again, do as
nipples
you've
off.
done before, and explain to the jury what you found upon physical examination and autopsy of Ms. Paulus. Using the diagram, Doctor, would you go ahead and show the jury where the wounds were found in Ms. Paulus and your opinion, give your opinion as to the cause of that?
This diagram shows 3 stab wounds on the back of Tracy Paulus. They're the same size and configuration as those we've discussed in previous tests, and they could have been produced by the same weapon. They were numbered for convenience only, enough to indicate the presumed order of infliction. Wound number 1 here has a short internal wound tract into the spine. Number 2 goes to the left side of the spine into the left pleural space, the cavity containing the left lung. Then goes into the left lung. Its medial aspect produces a fairly large, deep slice in that lung, and it ends in the lung. The third one here goes into the left pleural space, but does not actually hit the lung. Associated with this one was an accumulation of several quarts of clotted and unclotted blood in that left pleural space.
What did that indicate to you, Dr. The courts of clotted and unclotted blood? What does that indicate to you?
It indicates that a large portion of her blood volume flowed out into her chest, and that the cause of death, the mechanism of death is acute blood loss.
Doctor, are you able to tell, or do you have an opinion as to the estimated length of time Ms. Paulus would have survived after any one of these blows were first inflicted?
Wound number one would not have been expected to be fatal. There are no significant internal construct, and I didn't see that any large vessels were injured here in the short course of that wound tract. The number two by itself would have been fatal. But it probably would have taken a few minutes for her to lose sufficient amount of blood to go into irreversible shock. You need to lose at least 1/3 of your blood volume in a short period of time before you go into irreversible hemorrhagic shock, that is, blood loss and shock. In her case, that would probably be 1.5 quarts or so.
When you say a few minutes, are you able to put any specific number on that?
Well, I think it might vary to some people. One person might not go into coma until 2 minutes at best. Another might take 5 minutes. But it's not as rapid a death as her baby.
What about the third wound? Can you say anything about that in relation to the length of time she would have survived?
That is potentially fatal because it does enter the pleural space, and we have the potential problem of infection. But that would have been a delayed complication there. I was
going to say, you don't die suddenly of infection.
That it didn't actually hit the lung because the lung was already somewhat collapsed on being punctured by the center. I wound number two.
So would that tell you then that it was likely that wound number two occurred prior to wound number three?
And that's my conclusion.
Let's talk a little bit about your other examination in this cause. First, I'd like to show you a photograph you've already identified that states 131, and ask you whether or not you recall noting anything particular on the arms and hands of Ms. Paulus when you examined her.
Yes, she has tape marks on her wrist. And again, she has a nice discoloration of the base of the thumb here, most evident on the right thumb. And I think that's simply a reflection of being tightly bound on the wrist and blood pooling in the hands.
And did you note any sticky substance or adhesive substance around that area when you examined?
Yes.
I note that you placed that on the diagram. Is that your marking here on the findings?
Yes, that is indicated a tape mark on that wrist.
Now, there was also blood on her hands. Dr. Hamilton, I did not show you another photograph of the scene, which I think I should show you now that we can't get that. Where I have approached the curve. And may I approach to the court?
Let me ask a question. Is the clicking of the camera interfering with your ability to hear? Is that basically what the question was? All right, let's hold off and still, it's interrupting the ability to juror concentrate. Ask you to hold off on that.
And I'll speak up a little louder, and perhaps Dr. Hamilton will speak up a little louder also. This room is not the most sound efficient room. I'd like to show you two more photographs of Dr. Hamilton. This is LP055, states exhibit 115. I gotta get it right there. And also LP059, which is states exhibit 116. Ask you if you recognize those two photographs.
Yes, I do. These are photographs of the bedroom of Tracy Paulus at the Gainesville apartments, and this is how they appeared when I arrived at the scene.
Do these photographs explain for you as the pathologist where the actual stabbing took place?
Yes, they do.
And when you went to the scene, what was your opinion as to what had occurred in the bedroom and what had occurred in the hallway?
I think these photographs make it highly likely that when blood was present on the bed, across the floor, across the carpet, that she was stabbed while on the bed, and then the body was removed and dragged across the carpeted floor and down the hallway and left in the hallway.
Now I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 9 and 4. And does this photograph then depict how Tracy Paulus was found when you entered the apartment, or how she was situated when you entered the apartment?
Yes,
And was that towel between her legs when you saw her?
yes, it is.
Did you have occasion to examine her body, the lower part of her body? We going to look at the other part. Did you have occasion to examine the lower part of her body?
Yes, at the scene and at the office.
I'm going to go ahead and show you State Exhibit 130, which you identified as the lower part of her body. Was there anything in particular you noted about upon visual examination?
Yes, and it's not very well depicted in this photograph. There was a towel between her legs. There was some sticky liquid material on the pubic region and in the medium portions of the legs, which took this material and liquid. So
Was that similar to what you found on Christina Powell when you examined her several days before?
yes,
Did you do a vaginal examination of Ms. Powell?
Yes.
And a total gynecological and examination?
we did the standard rape and sexual assault examination, that is visual examination and swabbings and smears of oral cavity, vagina, and rectum. And I did identify on one slide from the rectum sperm cells.
And that was from the anal slide, sir?
That's correct.
The rectum slide? Are you able to draw a conclusion about that, sir?
Yes, I can conclude that sperm was deposited in the rectum.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 128 in evidence. They asked me whether or not you recognize that.
I do.
And what does that show?
This is a photograph of the back of the trunk of Tracy Paulus as it appeared at one point during the course of the postmortem examination of the body at the medical examiner's office.
Dr. Hamilton, do the wounds that you see in this particular photograph, are they consistent with the wounds that you saw in both Krista Hoyt and in Christina Powell?
Yes, they are. They're quite similar. The wounds in all 5 bodies are quite similar. They could have all been produced by the same weapon, but not necessarily.
And in respect to the 3 women who were stabbed in the back, are those wounds also similar?
Yes.
I'm going to have you go ahead and take your seat. Dr. Hamilton, I have inadvertently, in speaking to you about Ms. Hoyt, I inadvertently forgot to ask you whether or not you were able to make any kind of estimate as to the length of time Ms. Hoyt survived after her wound to the back.
her survival interval would have been quite brief. I chose to consult my notes to refresh myself because there are so many findings in all of these cases. The blade which entered her back went through the lung and the aorta, and I expected her to lose consciousness rather rapidly, probably in less than half a minute.
All right, this time, the state would like to publish the photographs. Well, not in respect to this testimony, Your Honor, there's one
They've
photograph.
already been published in this jury before, haven't they?
There's one photograph that has not been published.
Publish the one, the rest they can review when they retire.
Let me ask if they'd rather cross-examine first before we publish.
Or you don't cross-examine questions. Or can you publish that photograph? Are you through the document?
Pardon?
Are you through the document? Thank you, Dr. Campbell. You may step down. You wish to excuse me?
No, sir, we'd like to keep this under opinion. We talked to Dr. Hartman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you just go ahead?
Well, I didn't mean to share a political ad. Sorry. Oh, yay. This is Bobby Lewis.
A little over 18 years.
How many felony convictions do you have, sir?
7.
So this is an inmate
During the course of your stay at Florida State Prison, did you ever have an opportunity to
that
meet
he
Danny
talks
Harold
through.
Rowling?
Yes, sir.
Could you point out Danny Harold Rowling to the jury?
Sitting over there in a blue shirt and a tie.
When did you meet Danny Harold Rowling?
Approximately 2 years ago on W Wing.
At what occasion you were coming in contact with him? Why did you come in contact with him on W Wing? Were you assigned there?
I was assigned there as a runner. That's the wing he was sent to when he come into the prison.
And we've had a previous witness, Mr. Finstead. Was he similarly on that wing
Yes, sir.
at that time?
Yes, sir.
How long did you stay in contact with Mr. Rowling while he was there on W Wing?
Several months.
Did you assist him in any way in being able to stay on W Wing?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do that?
I helped him fake a suicide attempt.
And who else was a part of that plan?
Rusty Benz did.
Did you ever try to get information from Danny Rowling pertaining to the Gainesville student homicides?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
For my own benefit.
And did you ever secure information from him regarding the Gainesville student homicides?
Yes, sir, I did.
We've had played for us, before you've come here, sir, an audio and a videotape of 2 interviews, one of which was on January 31st, 1993. The other was on February the 4th, 1993. Do you recall those events?
Yes, sir.
Those would be the interviews with task force members from the Gainesville Student Homicide Task Force.
Yes, sir.
And in those, you at least a portion of the time, served as a spokesperson for Mr. Rowling.
Yes, sir.
At whose request was that?
At Danny's request.
There are times on the tapes when you give answers that are apparently whispered to you. Did you always accurately transmit what he told you?
Word for word.
Do those events, the tape and the audio, the videotape and the audio tape, accurately reflect what you knew, mostly what you know about the murders?
The greatest majority, yes, sir.
Did you ever have any conversations at which time you learned any information in addition to that which is reflected on those tapes?
Yes, sir.
I know I'm only asking for an estimate, but you were with him on W Wing. Was there another time that you were with Danny Rowling?
There was, yes, sir, several other times.
And how often did you have conversations with him? Just an estimate.
We've had many hundreds of hours of conversations.
About the Gainesville student homicides?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you some specific questions, sir, of material that may explain these tapes a little further, if you could.
This guy, Danny Rowling, this POS, he didn't think if he didn't say it, if he didn't say the words, he didn't think he was confessing. So he got this guy to say everything for him. And then they would say, "Is that right, Danny?" And Danny would say yes. If the guy didn't know the answer, if this guy, Bobby, forgot his last name, if he didn't know the answer, he would say, "I don't know." And then he would lean over and Danny Rowling would whisper in his ear, and then he would say it to the cops. All of them sitting in the same room. So he said he did it because Bobby was a good guy and he thought it would help him out with the parole board if he was cooperating with this investigation. And for some reason, he wanted to go to Wisconsin, to a prison in Wisconsin, and so that's idiotic. It's so he got to go to Wisconsin, and the guy was born and raised in Florida. I don't know why he wanted to go to Wisconsin, but he got his wish. And I think he was on death row, so I don't know why he would be up for parole. But I think he's the only person to ever escape from Florida State Prison, and they caught him right back pretty quick. So he's kind of infamous in Florida State Prison.
Do you recall him discussing with you scene 1? That was a scene in which there were 2 girls.
Yes, sir.
If you could, at scene 1, do you recall his talking about the first girl that
I just wanted to have the record reflect the continuing objection to the testimony of this witness to incorporate the appearances that he previously held concerning statements by Mr. Rowling relayed by this witness.
The court recognizes the continuing objection, overrules it based on previous written orders and oral pronouncements.
Wait, what?
I think my question was, at scene 1, do you recall any statements about the girl who was located upstairs?
Yes, sir.
How can they object to that? They played the whole
Do
thing
you know
and
whether or not,
everything.
strike that. Tell me what occurred as to the girl upstairs.
He went upstairs. She was asleep. He got a couple pieces of masking tape out, his knife, put the masking tape over her mouth at the same time he started stabbing her, and she put up a pretty good struggle, and he had to stab her just wherever he could, different parts of the body.
Did he mention any parts of the body to you that he specifically remembers stabbing during the struggle?
And I remember inside the thigh, one of her thighs.
Did he, as to the girl downstairs, did he tell you how long she remained alive before he killed her, after he had subdued her and before he killed her?
He's used kind of 2 terms on that. He uses pretty long time and fairly long time in most of the conversations we've had.
As to the 3 girls that were sexually assaulted, or raped, did he tell you in each case how long he kept them alive before he actually killed them?
Yeah, well, he uses the same 2 terms in all, describing all 3 of them incidents. Pretty long time, fairly long time.
Yeah. You can see the jury in this one.
At scene two,
this is 90
Krista Hoyt, do you recognize that name?
Yes, sir.
And you know what happened at that
A
scene?
year after
Yes, sir.
the
And you
Menendez
discussed
trial. And
it,
this is
that
Florida.
I should tell you, sir, that part of the tape that was played was redacted. By that I mean edited by the court. So I don't want you to tell me everything that happened at that scene. I just want you to follow my question. As to what he did at that scene, did he tell you why he did what he did to Krista Hoyt?
Yes, sir, he did.
Would you tell this jury why he said he did what he did at scene two?
This time, I'd like to watch an objection as to first keep the bench.
I'll repeat my question for you. Don't tell me what happened at scene two. I want you to tell me, did he tell you why he did what he did to Krista Hoyt at scene two?
Yes, sir, he did.
And I want you to tell this jury why he said he did that.
He had a couple reasons. He was trying to make a statement. He was trying to terrorize the city of Gainesville. He was trying to make himself infamous or famous. He wanted to be a superstar amongst criminals.
Here in this time, I think we're going beyond.
Overall.
Is that what?
It's basically the same objection you made previously, you mentioned.
We're going a little bit beyond,
Talking about relevancy.
um,
Why don't you come up here and tell me what it is you're talking about? Now, I'm guessing.
Well, come on, commercial, finish playing. Well, now. There it goes. Nope, it stopped again. Oh, don't do this to me. Now the commercial's buffering. And it's people snorkeling off a boat. Just reminds me that I have been too sick to go swimming for the past, I don't know how many years. Last summer it was my shoulder. This summer it was my back. No, I think summer before last I did get to swim. Come on, commercial. What is happening? Oh, it was a commercial for the Virgin Islands. But it won't finish. hates me today. The world just hates me today. Come on, commercial, go. For crying out loud. Bobby Lewis, that's what this guy's name is. This commercial's about to piss me off, though. And now I want to go to the Virgin Islands. "30-second commercial is going to take us 5 minutes. Go! I guess you wouldn't need a passport to go to the Virgin Islands, would you? Because they're technically still the U.S. Except I'd never get my husband on a plane. We'd have to go on a cruise to go there. He's never flown, but he says he never will. I love to fly. About time. Hang on. There we go.
Yes, sir.
The man, would you describe whether or not there was any conversation or any statements made between Manuel Taboda and Danny Harold Rowland?
Yes, sir, there was.
Tell the jury what Danny told you about that situation.
He said when he got up on him that he hit him as hard as he could, knife going all the way through him, and that Manny come up fighting and
Yeah, but this isn't YouTube. This is from the Court TV website. There's Virgin Islands that isn't the U.S. Virgin Islands? I didn't know that. I was going to refresh the page, but then I didn't know where we were, and I didn't want to mess it up. Today has been a challenging day when it comes to tech for me. It has been rough. The power went off earlier and just screwed everything up. It has been quite a day.
surprised him that Manny put up a terrific fight.
Did Manny say anything to
Yeah,
him?
that's true. I would have
He
never
called him a
passport
bastard, called him some
on a
bitch.
cruise.
Did Manny indicate that he was doing anything besides fighting for his own self?
He was struggling to try to let the girl in the next room know, give her a chance.
And who told you that?
Danny Rollins.
Did he tell you about the girl in the next room coming in, or him seeing the girl in the next room?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you, and I may have asked you this, did he tell you whether she made any sounds or she made any noise?
I remember him saying she screamed or something when she jumped back to the door and shut the door.
Did he tell you, at any point in the fight with Manuel, was he concerned that Manuel was getting the best of him?
Yes, sir. He was terrified. He liked to knock him silly a couple times. He said he is terrified and he was stabbing him as often and as hard as he could.
As to each of the scenes, did Danny Rowling, not what was said to Danny Rowling, did he ever tell you if he said anything to his victims?
Oh, this guy was a.
Yes, sir, he did.
What did he tell you about what he said to his victims?
Basically, what his demands were on him, what
Your Honor, this time I'd like to object as to first bench.
Danny Rowling told you, I think you were saying, Danny told you that he told the girls what he wanted them to do
Yes, sir.
and what was going to happen.
Yes, sir.
But did he ever give you the detail about what he actually said to them?
No, sir.
In addition to these three scenes, did Danny ever tell you if in Gainesville, before he committed his first murders, he went to any other scenes looking for victims?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about those other scenes.
In one scene, there was some apartment complex. I believe this one was near a hospital. He was standing on a can looking through a window at two women, and a night watchman approached him and asked him what he was doing. He jumped off the can and said something back to the night watchman, and then he ran off. Yes, sir.
Was there any other instance where he specifically told you of preparing to go into someone else's apartment other than these victims who he actually murdered?
Yes, sir. There was one other incident.
Tell us about that.
He was at another apartment complex in the general area, and he was on the second floor on a balcony outside glass sliding doors. He was looking inside, and the woman was washing dishes, had her back turned, and he had went as far as he stripped down naked because he was worried about getting blood on his clothes, and got ready to go into an apartment. When the man walked out of another apartment on the bottom floor, he thought the man was drunk and asked him, "What the hell are you doing?" He grabbed his clothes and jumped off the balcony and run off again.
You say he stripped out his clothes. Did he specifically tell you what he kept with him at that scene?
He had his pouch on with his knife and his tape and stuff, his gun.
And both of these were scenes that Danny Rowling described to you before, as things that happened before he ever went into the first murder scene.
Yes, sir.
Going back just a moment to clarify something on the videos and the audio, you were physically present. The tapes have already been played for the jury. You were physically present during those times. Did you see Danny before or after the playing of the tapes?
Both.
Okay. Did Danny ever comment to you about how he had performed on the tapes?
Yeah, I have an objection, that's the first bench this.
Your remark to me was, first of all, if you know, if I could address this, the statement by the said it was not objected to last week. I don't think it was remorse at all. I thought it went to the state of mind at the time of the crime scene. He's so much in control of himself at the crime scene, was thinking that he's not concerned about what's going on. He's concerned about a bad decision that he's made. I didn't think that was a remorse issue to start with.
That's not a crime scene, it may have been proper testimony. He looked at both girls and made a decision, that goes to court. However, what his regrets were after the fact have nothing to do with any issue.
It wasn't after the fact. He had 3 weeks from the kid. He had 2 more weeks from the after the fact. What is part of his crimes?
Address the court, not the judge. First of all. Second, the statement of why he made that decision afterward is relevant to his awareness at the scene, his cognizance of the scene, his decision-making ability at the scene. So it was a relevant statement. So even if you, I'll tell you quite frankly, that you raised the objection to Mr. Benston, you would have been overruled, because I agree with you that it goes to premeditation. I agree with you with the statement that I think you would choose goes to a state of mind at the time, not necessarily, has nothing to do with the issue of remorse.
His statement, 9 or 2 years later in prison, his only regret coming 2 years later in prison, has nothing to do with it.
Well, number one, you didn't object to it. Number two, I think it's wrong. Now, let's get on to this statement, whatever it is you're trying to tell me.
That's exactly what I'm going to ask. What I was going to ask him this was.
I didn't know he had looked in other apartments. That scared the crap out of me. That could have been me.
He's apparently crying. He walks outside and he's now going to say, when he walked outside, he went to he said, how do you think I did that? Do you think I acted? Now, I don't think it goes to remorse. I don't think it goes to, I think it goes to explaining the videotape, putting it in the evidence in the proper context, that at the time he's giving this, he's feigning part of what he's doing.
To appear now.
To appear to them sympathetic, I believe.
I agree with the defense on this one. I don't think it's wrong.
They're having this conversation in front of the jury.
No, I don't want profit. I'm going to hold this with this rebuttal because I think that depending on what they bring up, issues I would have asked him about, his attitude and his conversations with the psychiatrist and what he said to the police officers and how he made them germane. I'll concede that maybe it's premature, but I am going to hold it for rebuttal.
Whether it's premature or not, I guess I'll have to move on to time. But for right now, let's not do it.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any other major issues we can settle outside?
I don't think I have any other questions. Could I have 1 second, Judge?
Statement of
I'm not going to have any further questions, Judge.
I don't know why they even need to call him, because he said everything
But this time I will release.
on that tape they played where he was talking for Danny.
Let's take a brief recess. So let's take a recess. So wait, the state's going to bring us in. Obviously, I will tell the jury.
I am not releasing this witness from his subpoena obligations, and I have discussed this with DOC that I would likely be holding him for additional rebuttal testimony should it be necessary. So that's already been arranged, but I just want to be very clear.
Let's make a suggestion before we bring him back. You raise the issue with us.
That would not be, this particular motion would not be, the particular issue would not be the only thing I would bring back on, but I will bring back to the court. I have no problem telling the court the reasons I anticipate bringing it back, depending on what they do. They may not do anything that opens that door.
Thank you.
Your Honor, while they're taking this, that doesn't have anything to do with this. I would just like to make a matter of record in class that is the consent. It's a request that no pre-sentence investigation be prepared as a sentence on this or we get consent.
Let's set a record on this, so it's great. As I requested to take a partner before I went to get to work.
My name is David Warnament.
And what is your occupation?
I'm employed as a firearm and tool mark examiner by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Jacksonville Regional Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you held that position, sir?
Just over 18 years now.
What is your educational background?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in physics from the University of Alaska and a Master of Science degree in physics from Florida State University.
Following your educational experiences, did you begin with Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did, upon graduating from graduate school at Florida State.
What was your initial training in your area of specialization?
With my employment with the Department of Law Enforcement, I trained for 2 years under experienced firearms and tool mark examiners at the Tallahassee Regional Crime Laboratory. That training consisted of the theory and practice of firearms and tool mark identification, written and practical examinations, tours of firearms manufacturing plants and other crime laboratories, and attending FBI academy schools.
Since your initial training, have you received any ongoing or in-service education?
Yes, I attend as often as possible the annual training seminar of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. I've also attended additional FBI academy schools, and I've trained 2 other firearm and tool mark examiners for the Jacksonville Regional Crime Laboratory.
Can you explain to the jury what tool mark and firearm examination is?
Basically, firearms identification deals with determining whether or not a particular bullet was fired by a particular firearm, and also if cartridge cases were fired in a particular firearm. Tool mark identification, which is a generalized specialty of firearms identification, deals with determining whether or not a particular tool caused a particular mark or tool mark or area of damage on an object, and vice versa, whether or not a particular tool mark was made by a certain tool.
How do you perform these kinds of tests or examinations or evaluations?
Most of the examinations are performed microscopically. Given a damaged object, I first do a microscopic examination to see if the damage mark is suitable for comparison purposes. If it is, I then either compare it directly with tests made by a suspect tool, or I take casts of the damage mark and then compare those casts microscopically with tests from the tool.
What criteria do you use for establishing a match or a determination that you have found the item?
My criteria for identification is that the mark displays consistencies or sufficient correspondence with my tests, that based upon my experience and training, no other tool could have made that mark.
Have you testified in court as an expert in this area before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
In tool mark identification, probably between 5 or 10 times. In firearms identification, which also deals with identifying tool marks on bullets and cartridge cases, approximately 200 times.
Have you ever testified either as a defense witness or in civil cases?
Yes, I have testified as both.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender David Warneman as an expert in tool mark analysis, identification, and comparison.
Okay. You may render opinions in that area.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warneman, did you receive any items from the Williamsburg apartment, the home of Sonia Larson and Christina Powell?
Yes, I did.
Now, first witness. show you 3 items from that. Scene, which are items in evidence, I believe as 60, 59, and 61. Do you recognize them, Mr. Warner?
Yes, I do.
Would you explain to the jury what they are?
The items 59, 60, and 61 are parts of the lock style from a wooden door, the jamb with the faceplate, and a piece of molding from the frame of a door.
And did you examine those in your lab in Jacksonville?
Yes, I did.
All right. Here, may I approach the witness? Here, I show you, Mr. Warner, the item in evidence as number 160. Would you examine that, please, sir? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
The item is a workman's choice 5/16" screwdriver.
Did you make a comparison between this
Wait,
item
is it
and
tool
the
marks?
door jams from
I don't know why I was
Williamsburg
thinking
apartment?
ballistic.
Yes, I
Tool
did.
mark.
And what determination were you able to make, sir?
Based upon my examination, I was able to determine that a screwdriver like tool was used to create some of the damage or the majority of the damage on the lock style and the from the door and the piece of door jamb. Additionally, one of the damage marks on the lock style displayed a corrugated texture, which indicates that it was made with a tool which had a corrugated surface, which is similar to the blade on the screwdriver item 160.
Mr. Warman, at this scene, were you able to determine that that screwdriver made the impressions at the Williamsburg apartment?
No, I was not able to identify the screwdriver as having been used to make those marks. That's correct.
Were the marks consistent with the characteristics of this particular screwdriver?
Yes, they were.
Did you do any further examination or investigation regarding the screwdriver that you hold in your hand, State's Exhibit, in evidence number 150?
Yes, I did. I made inquiries as to the origin of the screwdriver.
And what did you determine in your investigation?
I determined or discovered that the Workman's Choice screwdriver was manufactured by Vermont American Corporation at their Fountain Inn, South Carolina factory.
Did you make any particular observations in about its manufacture that made it unique?
Yes, the blade tip itself, according to representatives of Vermont American, was manufactured by Stanley Corporation and was obtained by Vermont American when their stamping machine was broken for a period of time. And that also the screwdriver was part of a 10-piece Christmas set designed for 1989 Christmas season.
Were there specific aspects of the manufacturing process that made it possible for you to identify that as being a unique item that could only have made certain tool marks?
Yes, as a result of my factory tour, I was shown one of the final processes in the manufacture of the screwdriver, which consists of tumbling a large number of blades in a tumbler while it was being metal blasted, essentially sandblasted with large amounts of metal files. That process in examining screwdriver blades, which prior to undergoing the process and after being metal blasted, indicated to me that that process created a unique and new surface on the series or on each screwdriver blade which underwent that process.
You indicated a moment ago that this was part of a set that Vermont American was marketing.
Yes, it was the 1989 Walmart set, manufactured by Vermont American.
Was it available at any other retail outlet other than Walmart?
No, the Workman's Choice is a trade name of Walmart.
Of the set that you've described, where would this particular screwdriver fit within that set?
It would be the largest screwdriver in the set, or there may have been another 5/16 inch with a slightly longer blade, but it would have been either the largest or the next to the largest screwdriver in the set.
You know, may I approach the witness? Mr. Warren, I show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8O for identification. Would you examine it, please, sir?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Would it assist you in your testimony today?
Yes, I believe so.
I show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8P for identification. Would you examine it, please, sir?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And would it assist you in your testimony today?
Yes.
Skating for over 45 years.
Now this one's going to do the same thing the other one did. And not as fun of a commercial. This is the other one that they play all the time. I like the Virgin Island one. It was different. Oh, well, this one's still going to go faster, though. I don't know why. Stop it.
Here, at this time, may witness step down from the witness stand and speak to the jury in front of the exhibits. If you would step to the other side, please, sir. Would you please explain to the jury what is indicated on State's Exhibit 8O for identification?
On State's Exhibit 8O,
If I may interrupt you, Mr. Foreman, I'm sorry. This is scene 2, which is the Hoyt apartment. Is that correct, sir?
that is correct.
Thank you.
To the left of the chart is a sliding glass door, which I received at the laboratory for examination, and the Workman's Choice screwdriver, which I also examined. The area that I had of interest was in the inset mark C, which was where I found quite a few tool marks or areas of damage, which I considered of value for identification. A detail of C, I have pointed out 3 areas where I found impressions of screwdriver blades above and near the lock area. There were corresponding areas in the jamb which also accompanied the door. In the cast of C and a screwdriver, I have pointed out a cast of one of the marks which I selected at random for expansion, which is the area right where the red arrow in the detail of C is, compared with the Workman's Choice screwdriver. In these photographs, you can see the corrugation or the striated nature of the screwdriver blade, which is a class characteristic of this type of blade. And the corrugation also shows up in the cast from the aluminum door. In the remaining photographs, I've outlined an area along the corrugated blades of the cast and a cast of the screwdriver itself, and then particular points of identification that I used during my comparison.
And it's your opinion that the marks made on the door or the sliding glass door from Crystal Hoyt's apartment was made by the Workman's Choice screwdriver?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Warman, how many different marks did you find indicating attempts to break open the door?
Along the door itself, in the area I labeled C near the lock, I identified 13 individual marks or applications of the screwdriver. There were others present which were unsuitable or that I did not identify, but there were at least 13 marks along the door itself that I could identify.
And that would imply 13 separate attempts, a minimum 13 separate attempts to try to pry open the door. Is that correct, sir?
That would imply 13 applications of the screwdriver, yes.
If you would move to scene 3, please, sir. And this is the home of Tracy Paulus and Manuel Tabota.
Yes, it is.
Would you please explain what you have on State's Exhibit 8P for identification?
On State's Exhibit 8P, again, I received a sliding glass door from the scene, and I've also displayed the screwdriver. On the left-hand side is a enlargement, detail B, of the area which I have called the security pin area, showing the damage caused by the screwdriver, State's Exhibit number 160, in the security pin area. Down below, I've shown an enlargement of a cast of the mark, which is pinpointed with the arrow, and to the left, or to the right, is a cast of one of my tests, which I made with a screwdriver. There was also damage in what I called Area A, showing a particular mark below the lock, which I was able to identify, and also there's considerable damage surrounding the lock area itself.
And once again, it was your expert opinion that the markings made on the sunglass door at the Tabota Paulus residence was made by the workman's choice screwdriver?
Yes, by the workman's choice screwdriver.
And how many different marks did you find indicating attempts to pry open the security pin?
In the security pin area, there were at least 8 individual applications of the screwdriver, which I was able to identify. There were other partial marks where subsequent applications had obliterated most of the mark above those.
And as to the locking mechanism on what you call Area A, how many different marks did you find indicating attempts to break open the door?
There was the one mark on the corner, which I was able to identify. On an accompanying item, there were other marks present.
You said the accompanying item.
There was a piece of wallboard which accompanied the door, which had several marks on it.
If you go ahead and sit back on the witness stand, sir. In your examination of these items, do you have an opinion as to the force necessary to make impressions in these doors? And I guess I should ask first, what is the material that these doors are made of?
On the doors from scene 2 and scene 3, the doors are made of extruded aluminum.
And what force is necessary, or how easy is it to make these impressions in that material?
I don't think it would be very easy to make the marks. In particular, the impressions on scene 2, where the surface of the screwdriver is actually impressed into the aluminum itself. That requires considerable force to cause those impressions.
And would that indicate that the tool chosen to break into these residences was a fairly strong tool?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I have no further questions to this witness.
Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
May I be
Can you be released at this time?
Yes.
Mrs. Warneman, if you would state your full name for the record, please.
My name is Catherine Warnement.
And your occupation or profession?
I'm employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Jacksonville Regional Crime Laboratory as a microanalyst in the microanalysis section.
What is a microanalysis?
Microanalysts are concerned with the recognition, collection, examination, and comparison and interpretation of trace evidence as it pertains to matters of science and the law. In general, trace evidence refers to any material that can be transferred in small amounts between persons, places, or objects, such as hairs, fibers, paints, or glass. But in addition, microanalysts are concerned with certain other examinations whose analysis depends upon the interpretation of microscopic characteristics, such as the examination and comparison of broken, fractured, or severed objects.
In this case, and this would be the case of the Gainesville student homicides, have you had occasion to examine certain pieces of clothing to make determinations on how such pieces were damaged, cut, or otherwise fractured?
Yes, I have.
Could you just explain to the jury what type of training you have for material examination, for garment examination, so they have an idea of what kind of training you need to have?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry and biology from Birmingham Southern College and a PhD in molecular biophysics from Florida State University. After employment by the Department of Law Enforcement in 1978, I became involved in a formalized training program in the examination of trace evidence. I received extensive training and analytical specialization in the areas of textiles, fibers, paints, lamp filaments, and fractured, broken, or severed objects. I've been performing examinations independently in a variety of these areas since 1980 and have testified to the results of those examinations throughout the state of Florida.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Ms. Warneman as an expert in the area of microanalysis, specifically in the area of textile and fibers.
We have no objection to the qualification of this witness, however, we would make an objection to the testimony of this witness as duplicious and/or irrelevant in material.
All right, number one, she may render opinions in the area for what you have requested. Number two, the objections have already been ruled on earlier objections to these same objects. You know, you have added repetition, says not every round.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Ms. Warneman, or should I call you Dr. Warneman? As I indicated earlier, you had been called by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to examine certain garments that had been retrieved from either certain victims of the Gainesville student homicides or from the scenes of the Gainesville student homicides. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That would have been sometime in late August 1990?
Yes, it would.
And pursuant to your profession and occupation, did you in fact examine such items?
Yes, I was asked to examine specific items of damaged and severed clothing to determine the type or types of damage which could have contributed to fabric separations in these items, and additionally to determine whether or not these items exhibited any similarities in patterns of damage.
Let me go ahead and start with scene one, which has been identified as the Williamsburg crime scene. I will be asking you to step down in a moment, but first I would like to show you State's Exhibit 45 to evidence and ask you just from down there, if you can, whether you can identify this particular item.
Yes, I can.
And what is this?
This is a damaged white front closure brassiere.
And did you examine this?
Yes, I did.
What I'll do is put this on the board here, or have Mr. Barrett put this on the board because it's a little heavy, and show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 8R, and ask you whether or not you recognize this particular exhibit.
Oh,
yes, I do.
Recording.
This exhibit includes photographs which were taken during the examinations which I performed upon this item.
And would this particular exhibit aid you in offering your testimony today regarding this particular brassiere and your opinions regarding it?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would like to tender this as the next number exhibit into evidence.
The rules is simply today.
Even so,
You can use it to demonstrate the jury, sir.
Why don't we ask Mrs. Ornament to step down and approach these two aides and offer her testimony regarding her findings on this particular garment. Mrs. Ornament, we have some difficulty hearing, especially with the court reporter. So what I'm going to do is ask you to situate yourself in the middle, and I'm going to be addressing questions to you from here. Upon examination of this particular garment, Mrs. Ornament, would you explain to the jury what you found?
This particular item is a front closure white brassiere and is in fact damaged. Like the other items within the 5 garments which I examined for this purpose, this item is damaged in such a manner as to allow access or opening or removal from the front of the garment. As you can see, this garment also has damage to the strap areas. This garment is designed in such a manner as to normally open from the front. This is a front closure brassiere. And it also has tearing damage to both straps, which would allow access, opening, or removal of this garment with the arms or shoulders free. The item itself was presented to me in 2 portions. I received the majority of this brassiere in its damaged form with one strap torn and pulled free from its attachment to the back band. It still remains attached by some threads that you can see extending from the bottom of this strap, and you can see them pretty well on the garment itself. This back portion of the strap is actually pulled free from its attachment. There's a little pocket in the back of the band into which the strap is inserted, and it's actually pulled free from there. The characteristics of the separation on this particular band are fully characteristic of tearing damage. As you can see, there is an outer tricot sleeve and an inner portion of facing which reinforces this strap, and these are torn with very irregular contours. You can see that the tricot sleeve is distorted, pulled out, necked down. This is entirely consistent with a tearing type damage as opposed to a clean, blunt separation that you would see if you were to slice this with a particularly sharp blade.
Would that finding then be consistent with someone pulling or ripping at the shoulder strap of the brassiere rather than cutting it with mistress?
Yes, that's certainly one way that that damage could have been produced. This is not typical of a sharp, clean cut separation. It's more consistent with some type of rupture or tearing. In addition, from this scene, I received a separated portion of white bronze strap, and I examined the broken ends of this strap and compared them with the broken strap remaining on the brassiere, and I found corresponding fracture contours, surface configurations, and construction components that would indicate that this strap originated from and was at one time a part of this brassiere. It's simply been torn free. Again, you can see in magnified photograph the contours of this particular separation. This is a portion of freed strap and a portion of the brassiere. You can see this really irregular contour where the tricot sleeving has been pulled free, separated in a very irregular manner. The yarns are broken unevenly, the fibers frayed out. This is totally consistent with tearing damage, and you can see in this photograph, and I think you can also see this fairly well in the item itself, you can see the facing is pulled out of the center of the strap, so this reinforcement is also separated in a very uneven manner. This is totally consistent with tearing damage.
Let's go ahead and move on to the other item that was taken from the scene. And that would be a gold sleeveless t-shirt. While we're getting that up, let me put this on the easel to your right and ask you whether or not this particular exhibit, which is labeled State's Exhibit AQ, was prepared by you for the purposes of further explaining what you found upon examination of the gold T-shirt?
Yes, it was.
Why don't you go ahead and explain to the jury what you found upon examination of this particular T-shirt?
This is obviously a damaged gold sleeveless or tank top athletic style T-shirt that was referenced to Christina Powell. This particular garment is also damaged in a manner that allows access, opening, or removal from the front of the garment. You can see in this shirt there is a longitudinal separation along the midline, slightly to the right of the midline, and angled slightly to the right.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted me to pause just for a short little tiny thing. All I was saying was you missed the taped interview that we watched. You couldn't hear hardly anything that they were saying. You could hear a little bit, like just enough to make it worthwhile, but it was really, really hard to hear. And then when they played the tape that he made for his parents, it sounded like it was an unalive note. And then he sang a bunch of songs that he wrote for them. So it was like Danny Rolling's greatest hits. It was like at least a half an hour of nothing but music. So I'm glad that's over with. But yeah, the experts in this case have been very, very good. So it's been refreshing and they've been pretty good at explaining stuff. But yeah, they're overqualified. Oh yeah, Kurt does that. You have to catch Kurt in a good mood to ask him anything. Recovery addict does that too, and it's hard to hear what he's saying sometimes. He said something the other day and I didn't hear him. And I was like, what did you, because he said something about Data on Star Trek. And I was like, what about Data? He was comparing Regeer. That's what it was. He was comparing Regeer in Kansas, the prosecutor Regeer in Kansas, to Data. And all I heard was Data. And I was like, what did you say about Data? So he repeated it. But yeah, it is hard to hear when you talk over the trials. But if I'm just going to say some little short thing, I don't want to pause it and waste people's time with my opinion of little. I'm not a lawyer. I feel like, what's it called? Imposter syndrome. But I do love true crime. And the reason I'm doing this is because I did the video on this guy and he terrorized me for 2 weeks in 1990. So
As you can see in the collar area, this fabric is separated very unevenly.
But I keep learning stuff that I didn't know back then. But I'm glad I didn't know it back then because it would just made it worse.
This expanded photograph, you can see a detail of that. You can see that the collar portion of the T-shirt is fractured or broken very unevenly. You can see the yarns are pulled out. You can see the contour is uneven, not like what you would expect to see with a clean separation with a very sharp implement, like a razor slice. This is much more irregular than that. And you can see right below this collar separation, the yarns of the front portion of the T-shirt are extremely uneven. They're very pulled out and uneven contour. The little fibers comprising the yarns are frayed out. And this is very uneven type of separation that's very typical of a tearing damage. But as you proceed down this longitudinal separation, you find areas where the separation contour becomes much less uneven. And any of you who've ever tried to tear knit material for rags, this is material that's very common in t-shirting, men's underwear. When you go to tear this material, it has a really strong tendency to propagate damage in the horizontal direction, especially if you come up to a stitch line or collar or a hem. If you've ever torn those, I'm sure you've had this experience yourself. Along this entire front separation, there is none of that horizontal propagation.
What does that suggest to you in examining the particular shirt?
It indicates that I can't eliminate the possibility that some type of cutting tool or implement may have contributed to this damage. Although microscopically, the characteristics of the yarn ends and the fibers comprising these yarns are more typical of tearing damage. I can't absolutely eliminate the possibility that some tool may have assisted in the propagation of this longitudinal separation. Most of you probably have had this experience of using a tool for an assisted tear. If you've ever cut material, and for instance, you may have used your household scissors, and you've made a cut in the material and then run the scissors along the material, microscopically, that type of manipulation results in a similar appearance to the separation that you produce in that manner. What you have done if you have used this, for instance, your pair of scissors in this manner, you've used them simply to guide or assist a tear. So I can't tell the difference.
To the witness addressing the jury and asking them to incorporate their knowledge.
Go ahead, Ms. Rowe.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body.
Eliminate that possibility.
Let me ask you also, you mentioned with the brassiere and you mentioned earlier with this particular shirt that both the brassiere and the shirt, the tearing or damage to the garment suggests that this would have been for removal from the front. Is that consistent with someone having, for instance, the person wearing that shirt having their hands bound or placed in a manner where the shirt could not be removed easily over the head?
One reason why one could open a garment in this manner would be if one were either unable to or it were inadvisable to move the arms or shoulders. That could be for any number of reasons, but if the arms or shoulders were not free or able to be moved for one reason or the other, this would certainly be a way that one could open a garment and remove it.
So that would be consistent with the person wearing the shirt having their hands bound, perhaps behind their back or over their head.
That certainly could have been an instance in which this would have been removable in this manner.
Did you find anything else about the garment besides the vertical tear?
Yes, in addition, the shoulder seams are separated, however, neither by cutting nor tearing. In this particular instance, the shoulder seam threads are separated and actually pulled out of the stitch line. And in these particular photographs, you can see that quite clearly. The row of stitch holes along the shoulder seams are intact on both shoulders. The holes themselves are not torn. The fabric is not particularly distorted. However, the stitching threads are pulled out and accumulated at one edge of the seam.
Is that consistent with unraveling?
Yes, it is. It simply unraveled from the stitch line. And as you can see on the garment itself, there's a slight change of color in the fabric right up at the top of the shoulder seam. And that's where this particular piece of fabric would have folded under to make that seam. The threads have simply unraveled and been pulled out of the stitch line. So the shoulder portions or the armholes of this particular garment are also freed.
We go ahead and move to the next item. This is one that you were asked to view certain garments that came from what's been labeled Scene 2 or the residence of Crystal Point. I showed you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8T for identification as to whether or not you prepared this particular exhibit for the purposes of further explaining your testimony regarding a brassiere that was taken from the scene.
Yes, I did.
Why don't you go ahead and explain to the jury what you found upon examining the brassiere found at the Crystal Point apartment?
From this particular location, I received 2 portions of damaged brassiere. These 2 portions of brassiere are separated along the center of this garment, and this particular undergarment is a rear or back closure type of brassiere.
So this would be different from the brassiere found in Christina Powell's residence, in that hers had the front opening notch or connector.
That's correct. And the previous brassiere reference to Christina Powell was a front closure type brassiere. This is a rear or back closure brassiere. And in fact, in this garment, there is a complete separation of these 2 parts of the garment. The first thing that I did with this is to determine whether or not these 2 portions of brassiere at one time comprised a single undergarment. And to do that, I compared the constructional morphology and the characteristics of the fracture contours and surface configurations of the torn, separated portions of this garment.
Did you find it was in fact 2 pieces of the same garment?
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, in this garment, the midriff band is actually broken, and this is very typical of tearing damage. You can see both on the item itself, this broken midriff band, and you can see that illustrated here on this particular photograph.
Is the midriff band of the brassiere made of a material such as elastic or a reinforced material?
Yes, it is. It's made of reinforced elastic. And you can see probably in this photograph here, you can see that construction fairly well. And you can see the irregular contours and configurations of that breakage. This is actually most consistent with having been broken or torn in 2. It's separated slightly from the base of the cup, and the configurations of these 2 portions actually correspond quite well microscopically.
Would it take some force to be able to make such a tear in the reinforced elastic part of the brassiere?
It is one of the stronger constructional components of the brassiere, and it's not particularly easy for me to do, to break this particular thickness of elastic material, but that is in fact what was done in this particular case. This midriff band is broken or more consistent with having been torn in some manner.
Were there any other torn parts of the brassiere that you noted when you made your examination of it?
Yes, like the previous brassiere, this brassiere also displays tearing damage to both straps, which again provides access, opening, or freedom of the arms or shoulders. This particular strap, you can see, has torn or broken right along the adjustment and fitting clasps. Both the attachment clasp and the adjustment fitting have slid together here, and the bra strap is actually broken at the point where these 2 fittings come together. Again, the contours are irregular, very typical of tearing damage. On the other side of this brassiere, you can see that the entire strap assembly has been torn free of the side and back band. You can see in the photograph really irregular contours and configurations, and this is the upper portion, the reinforced portion of the side and back band. It's actually torn away from this tricot material, and you can see that on the item itself. You can see this irregular contour. This is, again, totally consistent consistent with tearing damage. It's not blunt, it's not clean, it's not typical of a clean cut or sharp implemented severance.
Would it also take some force to be able to do the tearing that you see there, especially in the area that you just showed us, where there's a section of the body of the bra torn? I call your attention to this section here. Would it take some force to be able to make such a tear like that without an implement?
This midriff band portion was a thicker, more reinforced portion of the brassiere. In this particular strap area, however, the tricot material itself has torn, and the reinforced upper portion of the band has simply pulled loose. So this material making up the back or side band is somewhat less strong than the reinforcing upper portion of the midriff band. However, it certainly has been torn apart.
Does that suggest to you then that the pressure that was put on the reinforced area was such that it caused the lower area to tear?
Is in this particular rupture, this tricot material on the side or back band apparently gave way and lost structural integrity before the more heavily reinforced portion of this strap and band assembly did.
Of course, you're not able to determine in your examination when any part of the brassiere was torn. You can't identify which place happened first. Is that right?
No, this particular, these fabrics did not retain sufficient characteristics that are sufficiently distinctive to or indicative of a particular implement type that may have been used in producing these distortions, nor were there any characteristics available which could indicate a time or an order of damage.
Let's go ahead and move on now to the second garment that you examined from the Point residence. I'm going to show you now what's marked as State's Exhibit 8S for identification and ask you whether or not you in fact prepared this particular exhibit for the purposes of further explaining your testimony regarding the damage to the T-shirt.
Yes, I did.
Why don't you go ahead and explain to the jury what you found in respect to Krista Hoyt's T-shirt when you examined it soon after it was taken off of her? Or
I don't understand. I don't understand why they have to go through all this. I mean, he's already confessed. We've already learned about everything he did. They're not trying to prove that he did it. We know that he did it. This is a penalty phase. So why do we have to talk about every article of clothing that was cut off of a body? I don't understand. I was thinking a penalty phase trial would be a lot shorter than a regular trial, but they're still going over every little thing, just like if it was a regular trial. I guess I've never watched a penalty phase trial before. I guess I was wrong because I thought it would be so much quicker. But they're going over all the same little tiny details that they would in a regular trial. It does have to be unanimous in Florida, but I think back then it didn't because the law has changed. And I know that there are some cases, I don't know which one's right off the top of my head. I do know, I just heard about one the other day. It was a woman. Dang, I can't remember who she was. It was a woman that got the death penalty in Florida. She was, this is another thing that I just learned too, because thinking about Sarah Boone and Ashley Benefield. Like, our prison, Florida State Prison, is in Stark, which is a couple hours, hour and a half from here. That's where our electric chair is and where the death chamber for the lethal injection is. And I never thought about where women go for death row, but that's in Ocala, which is like an hour from me. So there was a woman, dang, I can't remember who it was now. She was on death row in Ocala, and the law about it has to be unanimous now got passed while she was still waiting on death row. So her vote had not been unanimous. So I don't know. That name doesn't sound familiar. But I don't know. It might have been. It was her. No, I don't think that was her name. Dang, I can't remember her name. No, her first name I think was Amelia. It was such a weird story because it was like a love square instead of a love triangle. Right. Yeah. I'm starting to get bored now because it's like, can we move it along? We know this stuff. We know we did it. No, it wasn't Eileen Wuornos. It was her. Okay, she was pregnant with this one guy's kid. He proposed to her, but then he changed his mind, took the ring back, and proposed to another woman that he already had kids with. She had another boyfriend too. They got married. As soon as they got married, they got in a big fight. And I think he went back to the first woman that he was gonna marry. And then they lured her. Oh, they had a fight and he hit her or something. And then he went to jail for domestic abuse, and then she slept with her other boyfriend, and he found out about it. So it's this weird love square instead of a love triangle. And so she got the death penalty because he and his other girlfriend lured his wife out somewhere, and then they killed her. So she was pregnant at the time, but she got the death penalty, but it wasn't unanimous. So then when Florida changed the law for it to be unanimous, it got overturned and she got life because she hadn't had a unanimous verdict. So I know, what can go wrong with 4 people in a relationship? Yeah. Crazy. I don't get it, but so yeah. So I don't know if his was unanimous or not, because I don't think back then it mattered, but it matters now. But yeah, it's starting to kind of get boring because, yeah. So he cut the clothes off him. We know. Why do we need an expert up there saying, yeah, it was jagged and not straight or whatever? It's like, yeah, we know. He used the knife to cut the clothes off him. Can we get past that?
Out of her residence. In this particular instance, with the T-shirt, there were some immediately obvious areas of damage. Again, there is a longitudinal separation along the front of this garment that is along and to the right of the midline and angled slightly to the right. That's somewhat similar to what we saw in the last in Christine Powell's T-shirts. Correct, a longitudinal separation. And again, microscopically, the characteristics of the individual yarn ends along the separation are somewhat uneven. And as you can see on the collar area of this garment, there's a distortion or stretching of the collar. Now, this is not at all uncommon to find this kind of stretching in wear. So this particular stretching distortion can't be associated specifically with this separation. However, right beneath it, you can see that the contours of separation are very irregular, and even on the garment itself, you can see these uneven, irregular yarn ends extended. Again, this is more typical microscopically of tearing damage. However, here at the base of the t-shirt, there is a folded over hem, which is stitched down. This did not distort particularly when it was separated. There is not very much stretch on either side of this separation. The yarn ends are not extraordinarily uneven here, and because of this lack of distortion and this relatively more even separation of a double layered hem, I can't absolutely eliminate the possibility that some type of implement might have contributed to this particular area of damage.
Would it not be such a sharp bladed implement that could cause the damage that you saw in the hem and then the tear, kind of a running tear?
If such an implement were used in a manner that it was not used as a particularly sharp cutting tool, I would be able to produce that type of assisted tear using just about any type of bladed or cutting implement, as long as I did not use a particularly sharp portion of the blade or apply a blade in a cutting manner. If I simply used that tool to assist in the linearity of the tear, to just drag it along, in other words, could do that.
Now, if one were to do that with some kind of implement, how close, in your estimation, would one have to be to the person wearing the t-shirt to be able to do that?
Well, one would certainly have to be within an arm's length to apply the tool. One would have to have enough working distance so that one could maneuver an implement. If, in fact, an implement were used to assist this, one might have to be a little bit closer than that to produce a clean tear. One would have to have a little more working distance with the arms.
If one were to start cutting with a tool from the bottom and work up, would you find that you would have such a consistent tear by simply taking the t-shirt, if I might, pulling it like this and working upwards towards the top of the t-shirt? Is what you see consistent with that?
I was able to reproduce that particular kind of damage in 3 different ways. I was able to do that with a single bladed implement where I did not employ the sharpened cutting area of the blade. I was able to do that. I was also able to produce similar characteristics with a pair of scissors that I previously described by running the scissor along the tear. I was also able to do it by having a particularly brittle portion of material and having a fortunately long tear. So I was able to do that by any of those 3 mechanisms.
Did you find any other damage to that particular shirt? And tell the jury what you found in respect to that damage.
Yes, there's another area of damage on the shirt that looks considerably different from the longitudinal midline separation. And that is these 2 oblique separations down the front of the sleeves. As you can see, the knitted material simply does not tear in this manner. This is totally consistent with cutting damage. You can see the contours are very irregular. And when you examine these areas microscopically, you'll find knit loops that are severed obliquely. These separations have nothing to do with the grain of the material. For those of you who are home crafters or who knit yourself, these are completely independent of the warp and the fill-wise and course-wise directions in this fabric. The contour propagates irregularly, and along the edges of the contour, you can see little holes that occur randomly along this. This is totally consistent with cutting damage in a knitted material. It's completely independent of either the wale-wise or the course-wise direction in the fabric, and again, that is totally consistent with some type of cutting implement.
Now, looking at where the cutting is actually located, Mrs. Wardeman, is that also consistent with your earlier opinions that this particular garment would have been cut with the arms and shoulders being unavailable for lifting, such as if the arms were found in the back or above the head?
Again, one reason that one could separate a garment in this manner is if one were unable to, or if it were inadvisable to, move the arms or shoulders. If the arms or shoulders were not accessible for movement, this would allow complete flattening of this item and would allow access or removal from the front without any particular motion in the arms or shoulders of the wearer.
And also, when we talked about the closeness that one would need to get. I'm sorry, the closeness that one would need to get, and I've got to approach the business for this. Would you, once again, is it consistent, or is it your opinion that once again, in order to make the cuts, what I would call a horizontal cut, although it's not fully horizontal, it's got a river-like or stream-like motion to it. River-like or stream-like motion to it, that you would have to get close to the person wearing the shirt to be able to use the implement to make the cuts?
One would certainly, again, have to be well within arm's length, close enough to be able to apply the implement and to secure the fabric itself while one were applying that.
When you say secure, you mean take it up into your own hand so that you could use your sharp implement to make the cuts?
That would be one of the reasons why one might need to be that close to the actual garment.
It's a polo shirt. Polo shirts have collars. T-shirts don't have collars, but it's still knit. Like polo shirts are knit shirts. I just assumed those were where the knife went in, like the stab marks. I don't think he did that to make it easier to take it off. But what do I know? This is the way court should go, though. Like, how professional sounding they all are and trying to make the jury understand. Like, no one's throwing shade. No one's making snide remarks. It's just professionalism.
Garment itself, it's difficult to propagate a cut through a knitted material without being able to have some anchor for the material. Now, if this were on an individual at the time this cut were made, then the individual's body could provide some of that resistance. So one could insert a tool, for instance, underneath the fabric and then pull it along so that using the sharpened area of the tool, this is definitely cutting damage, not tearing damage like is more consistent down the front. It's definitely cutting. So the sharpened edge of an implement has got to be engaged at this point. But if it were attached to a person wearing this garment at the time, then their body could provide sufficient anchor so that the tool could be brought along and that separation could have been made.
All right. Let's go ahead and move on to the Gatorwood scene. And I believe you would have examined the T-shirt that's been identified as being Tracy Paul's T-shirt. And I'm going to show you what states exhibit U for identification and ask you whether or not you prepared this particular exhibit for the purposes of explaining your findings to the jury.
Yes, I did.
Before we go on, I need to show you some other pieces of evidence if I might, and I'd like to just be able to slip it up here. This is State's Exhibit 136, already into evidence. I can show it to you. Do you recognize this particular exhibit?
Yes, I think this exhibit bears my laboratory case number and my initials.
And what is that?
This is a separated portion of fabric that was described as having been recovered from this particular scene or location and a reference to Tracy Paulus.
I think we can maybe fit it on the ledge here so that if you need to refer to it, we can put it there. Do you, in the photographs that you have here, show that particular piece of?
Yes, in this particular photograph, I have placed this piece of separated fabric into its position in the garment. I examined the contours and configurations of this piece of fabric and determined that it originated from and at one time was a part of this particular shirt. Here you can see this portion of fabric significantly expanded, and you can see that it certainly has excellent correspondence of its contours and configurations in originally this piece at one time was part of the front of the shirt.
So is it your opinion then that the piece that's State's Exhibit 136 came from the shirt that's been marked as State's Exhibit 133 in evidence?
Yes, this separated piece of white knitted fabric originated from this particular shirt and is totally typical of having been cut from that shirt. This, again, is clean, contoured separation. You can actually see oblique separation of knit loops in this particular piece of fabric. Again, the separation does not follow along the wale and course-wise directions of the knit fabric, propagates completely independent of the fabric grain. This is very typical of cutting damage. Knitted fabric simply don't tear.
Would that be cutting damage with a sharp implement?
Yes, it
Such as a knife? Could a knife fit that description?
Yes, a knife can be used to produce these types of cutting damage.
I didn't mean to get you off our routine here because we talked about the vertical cut in each of the other garments and taking you back to State's Exhibit 133 here. Did you also find a vertical cut in this particular garment?
Yes, like the previous two t-shirts, there are again some similarities in patterns of damage. This particular t-shirt also has a midline and slightly to the right of midline longitudinal separation. Again, the separation angles slightly to the right. And again, it shows along a great portion of its length characteristics that are typical of tearing damage. However, in the collar portion of this particular t-shirt, there is an area that is typical of cutting damage. This collar portion of the shirt is a little bit thicker, of course, because the collar has a folded over portion of knitted material. And as you can see in this particular photograph, the separation through this collar is clean. The edges of the yarns are not uneven, pulled out, or extended. They're not irregular. It's an oblique passage through this collar. This is much more typical of a cutting distortion.
Let's stop there for a moment and ask you. I used you as an example before. Let me use you as an example again if I can. Before with Ms. Hoyt's shirt, we talked about it from the bottom, starting from the bottom and pulling upwards in a running type tearing motion with a sharp implement. Would this be consistent with what you find in this shirt with someone starting from the top of the collar with a sharp implement and then doing a running tear downward towards the bottom?
It certainly could be consistent with that type of propagation. In none of these t-shirts could I establish the directionality of the particular separation. There were not sufficient characteristics retained for me to determine whether these were produced from top to bottom or from bottom to top. It would be possible to produce a tear to come up to a point in the fabric which was more difficult to traverse and then use an implement in its cutting mode and to cut through. So I can't tell whether this...
So could it be been from starting from the bottom up on this one or from the top down?
I could not distinguish between those two based on the characteristics that remained in this particular garment. However, I can tell that in the upper portion, the collar area, this is indicative of some type of cutting implement, and then this longitudinal separation propagated with characteristics which are really very obvious here. You can see the unevenness that's more typical of.
The lawyer's doing a good job when the expert is too experty and it's using big words. The lawyer will jump in and ask a question that will kind of interpret the big words for the jury. So she used all these big words to say that she couldn't tell if it was cut from the top or the bottom. So then the attorney just jumped in and asked her that question. So then she could say, no, I couldn't tell if it was from the top or the bottom. That was good. I like that. Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves with experts. We know that you know what you're talking about. You don't need to use the big words. You can explain it in smaller words that a jury can understand. So, but that was good. I liked what that attorney did right there.
Some type of tearing damage. However, like the previous T-shirt from scene 2, you can see oblique cuts through the mid portion of the sleeves, which again would free the arm and shoulder areas of a wearer. This oblique damage is totally typical of cutting damage. This is not tearing. You can see in this expanded photograph, you can see the knit loops comprising this material are severed cleanly and obliquely, bluntly. You don't see the uneven, frayed, pulled out, irregular contours. You see the fabric itself severed very cleanly. This is not typical of tearing damage of the knit. This is totally typical of cutting damage. Again, you can see in this particular photograph, and also here, and I believe also on the garments, you can see some small holes along the sides of this. This is totally typical of cutting to the oblique separation through the sleeves. And again, we have a longitudinal separation up the middle. This damage would allow this garment to be opened, accessed, or removed from the front without any particular manipulation of the arms or shoulders of a wearer.
I need to show you some other part of this. I need Mr. Jericho, for a minute. We had some testimony earlier this week from Paul McCaffrey, who was a serologist working at the department. If you would turn it over. There is one section that I would like you to examine from the back. Let me go ahead and put it back on the board. And that's specifically this section here that was marked in the front as number 1. Do you recall whether or not Mr. McCaffrey took a section from the shirt after it was examined by you for the purposes of getting a blood sample?
As you can see on the front of the shirt, there is a small inked marking, and I believe that might be present on the other side of the shirt.
It is present on the front, but
yes,
I also wanted them to see the back.
I examined this shirt both before and after it was examined by the serology section. So this particular area on the upper portion of that sleeve was not damaged at the time this item was received into the laboratory. However, that particular standard sample was removed in the laboratory as a routine portion of examinations performed.
Now, we haven't shown the jury the back of each of these shirts today. They'll have more than adequate opportunity to examine them themselves, but did you find any cutting or tearing to the backs of any of these shirts?
The backs of these garments were totally unremarkable. There was no significant damage to the backs of any of these garments. All of the damage on the shirts and brassieres seemed to be referenced to the frontal area. In the brassieres, some of the damage to the straps occurred on the upper portion to the rear portion of the straps. If you will recall, we saw where the straps had been torn free from the back attachment portions of the brassieres. But other than that, the damage...
Could that damage to the rear have been caused by pressure or force exhibited to the front of the straps?
Certainly.
I have one other question, and that is, in looking at the 3 T-shirts that you looked at, was the damage that you saw consistent with someone removing the shirts by either cutting or tearing at the vertically in the front, and either by the unraveling of the sleeves in the pal shirt or by cutting as exhibited in the Paulus and the Hoyt shirts?
The damage that was present to all 3 T-shirts would allow those garments to be accessed, opened, and removed from the front without particular motion of arms or shoulders of a wearer.
I have no further questions of this witness.
You have questions? Thank you. I'm sworn you may step down, you may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank goodness.
Now, the state would now announce the rest of its case in chief on the recommended phase of this proceedings dealing with the recommendation on aggravators, realizing that we may have a rebuttal case to present depending on what happens. Our case in chief is rested on the issue of aggravation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me, for your purposes, I'll take a lunch recess. and instruction, don't talk about the case while you're at lunch.
Oh, what'd I do? What did I do? I don't get it. Hang on.
Sir, would you please state your name?
My name's Charles Ray Stroger,
And where do you live, sir?
256 Shaw, Shreveport, Louisiana.
Your trade or occupation, sir?
Right now, I'm employed with the Cattle Parish Commission, and I'm a college student at Bossier Parish Community College,
Prior to your current employment, how were you employed, sir?
U.S. Air Force.
And how long were you in the Air Force, sir?
Approximately 16 years,
And what rank did you attain?
staff.
Sir, do you know anyone by the name of Danny Harold Rowland?
He's my first cousin.
Do you see Mr. Rowland here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out, sir?
Right over there.
Does the record reflect that that was an accurate identification of Mr. Rowland, sir? Thank you, sir. You stated that you were Mr. Rowland's cousin. Can you explain the nature of the relationship, how you were cousins?
We were very close, very, very close.
Are you cousin with Mr. Rowland on your maternal side or paternal side?
Paternal side.
Can you describe the members of the immediate family of Mr. Rowland?
James Harold Rowland, Kevin Rowland.
Who is Kevin Rowland?
That's his brother.
Who is James Harold Rowland?
That's his father.
Who is his mother?
Claudia.
How much contact or how long have you had actual contact with Mr. Rowland, Danny Harold Rowland?
From age, about 6 years of age up until now.
Okay. Where did Mr. Rowland grow up?
James Harold?
Danny Harold.
Shreveport.
What would be the age difference between you and Danny Rowland?
Approximately 3 years.
During the time that you were growing up, did you have occasion to go over to the Rowland household?
About 2 weekends a month, sometimes in the evening.
Did the Rowland family come over to your house?
Occasionally.
I just don't understand why these people, these family members get up and testify for their family member that have done horrible, horrible, awful things. So what? So what? You grew up with them. So what? They were a normal kid. So what? I just don't understand. If I found out that my family member did something like that, I wouldn't testify on their behalf. There's no way. No way. No way. I'm just... And this is not just because of this case. This is in any case. Like the Darrell Brooks trial. His mom saying that he was mentally ill. He was bipolar and that's why he did it and whatever. No. You can't use bad upbringing or mental health as an excuse for bad behavior. There are too many people that have gone through the same things and have the same mental health problems that don't do stuff like this. You can't blame it on that. You just can't. There's no way. I don't get why these people think they can go into court and say, oh, well, they had a bad childhood. Their daddy didn't love them or whatever. That's not an excuse. That would not sway me, not one bit. Not one bit.
Who would go where the most? Would you go over to their house more, or would they come over to your house?
I'd go over to Danny's house most of the time.
How would you describe your relationship with Danny as cousins?
Well, like I said, we were close. Me, Danny, and Kevin, all three of us were real close.
Kevin being the,
Brother,
is Kevin older or younger than Danny?
he's 1 year younger.
Did you have an opportunity at the time that you would be visiting the Rolling household and knowing Mr. Rolling, an opportunity to observe the relationship between Danny Harold Rolling and his father, James Harold Rolling?
Yes.
How would you characterize that relationship?
It wasn't a very loving relationship. Danny tried to show his dad his love, but his dad wouldn't accept it.
Can you give us examples or illustrate how this relationship was going on?
Danny would try to show success in his life to his father. He tried to present it to his father. His father wouldn't accept it. His father was very demeaning.
How would he be demeaning towards Danny?
Belittling, make him feel like self-worth wasn't worth Danny. He didn't show any love to him. There was no love there.
This was when they were children, or when you and he were children?
This is when we were children, growing up until adult.
At any time in the house, did Mr. James Harold Rolling ever show any signs of affection towards Danny, towards his brother Kevin, or towards his mother Claudia?
Not in the sense that we know. No.
What do you mean by not in the sense that we know?
Not a father and son love. I mean, there was communication, but it was a strange communication. You know, Danny or James Harold was, he wanted to be in control of his two boys. His two boys couldn't interact with their father like sons do interact with their father.
Was it consistent with the relationship you had with your father?
Me and my father was very close, and it was relationships completely different.
Did you ever have an opportunity to observe the discipline practices of James Harold Rolling on his children?
Yes.
What did they consist of?
Beatings.
Okay. Did you personally see?
Yep, 10 o'clock.
Any of these beatings?
No, I didn't have to see it. I could hear it.
Okay. Where would these beatings, as you described them, take place?
Sometimes in the bedrooms.
How come you could not see it?
Because James Harold was very conscientious about letting anyone else see the discipline of Danny and Kevin.
So if you didn't see it, you said you heard it, I heard it. What did you hear?
It sounded like maybe a belt strap, fist, knuckles, slapping them around. You could hear Danny and Kevin, but you have to understand that Danny and Kevin couldn't display any emotion.
Why couldn't they display any emotion?
Because they did get more handed out to them.
Did James Harold Rolling, the father, have concerns about emotion?
He didn't show any love. He didn't know what love was.
Did he have some kind of rule concerning a display of emotion by members of his immediate family?
He didn't want them showing emotion.
During the administration of these beatings, as you call them, did either of these two boys cry?
They cried, but they didn't want their father to know they were weak. Weakness was not allowed.
Did you have an opportunity as a child in viewing or hearing these beatings, then have an opportunity later to view any indications that the beatings had actually occurred?
I sometimes notice welts.
Where would the welts be?
I think one time I noticed welts across Kevin's stomach.
Any other places?
The back of the neck, the back, the sides.
How frequently would this occur while you'd be a visitor in the home?
Quite often.
I'm sorry, sir?
Quite often. More verbal. I think it was more verbal than it was physical.
What type of verbal actions on the father's part did you hear towards his sons?
He called them a damn fool, a shithead, wasn't worth their salt.
How frequent would this be?
Quite often.
You stated that you were over there approximately 2 weekends per month and then occasional evenings. Would this have occurred on all the occasions you were over there, most of the occasions you were over there, or infrequently when you were over there?
I'd say most.
What would be the basis for the disciplining? I mean, what did Danny or his brother Kevin do that the father felt it was necessary for this type of punishment?
Anything. Didn't matter what it was. Making noise, sit on the wrong particular furniture. He had a rule about furniture. Certain areas of the house you could not go. You weren't permitted. It'd take anything to set him off. He'd beat the hell out of him.
Was the punishment administered by James Harold Rowling in proportion to the grievance that he perceived?
It was very severe.
How long would these discipline sessions last?
As long as James Harold wanted him to go on. It depended on his mood.
Since we're talking about his mood, how would you
If he didn't see him, how does he know?
characterize his mood?
Like a switch. He'd be on 1 minute, off the next. Unpredictable, not very consistent, irrational. You couldn't carry on a conversation that would last a minute. He'd go off.
Did you ever suspect that Mr. Rowling, James Harold Rowling, had any mental or emotional problems?
Yes, it don't take 5 minutes being with him, you know that.
What type of conduct on his part, outside of what you've already described, would lead you to that conclusion?
What kind of conduct?
Yes, what did he do that would lead you to the conclusion that he needed or he was suffering from mental or emotional distress?
The way he carried himself, the way he interacted with people, conversation, his behavioral attitude. Just not anything that's normal, anything that's out of the normal.
You mentioned that Mr. Rowling has a brother, a younger brother by the name of Kevin. Have you ever had an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Rowling's younger brother, Kevin, how he felt about the relationships in the family?
Me and Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Me and Kevin talked,
Object to what this witness would characterize as what Kevin's opinion or impressions are.
We'll give a lot of latitude on this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. You
me
may,
and Kevin just talked last week in Texas.
okay. What would Kevin say about the relationships within the home?
It was something he couldn't control. Kevin tried to act like an intermediary between him and his dad, between Danny and his dad. He tried to soothe the conflict between him and his dad, but it was impossible because James Harold was just uncontrollable. And it hurts him. He's bothered by it. It's painful for him. But all the years they're alive, there was nothing he could done. He tried to help, but it was just impossible for him. He got just as many beatings as Danny.
Can you describe the relationship between Danny and his brother Kevin?
Very, very close. Very close.
When you talk to his brother Kevin, does Kevin exhibit any nervous habits?
Yes.
What are they?
He's constantly wringing his hands, running his hands through his hair.
How long have you observed these types of habits with Mr. Kevin Rowling?
I think since probably for about 6 years.
At any time while you were growing,
How is that relevant? So Kevin has some nervous habits. What does that have to do with Danny? Absolutely nothing.
up, or any time after you became adults, did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Kevin Rowling concerning Danny's mental and emotional stability?
Kevin knew there was problems with Danny.
When did he first voice these concerns to you?
When we were teenagers, and during his time, his period in the Navy, when we were more old enough to discuss it.
What would he say about Danny's mental and emotional stability?
That he needed help, and his father needed help.
Do you know if Mr. Rolling, now this I mean by Danny Harold Rolling, the defendant, do you know if he ever got married?
Yes.
Do you know who he married?
Ometha?
Rolling would have been her name
Right.
after the marriage? How long did the marriage last, you know?
It didn't last very long. I can't recall just how long.
Did the marriage end in divorce?
Yes.
While the divorce proceedings were going on, did you have an opportunity to be around Danny Rolling?
Yes.
How did he react to the divorce?
He was hurt. You know, he was devastated by it because that was the only structure he had. Since his father didn't really give him any kind of structure and his mother wasn't permitted to, his wife gave him that structure that he needed and sort of success that he'd have. And when the divorce was over with, it was like a failure for Danny. And since his father has always told him he was a failure, it was just another failure compounded.
Okay. You just mentioned the fact that the father would call him a failure. Is that something that would occur frequently in the home?
Oh, yes.
Did you observe or hear that type of language when you were a child in the home?
Yes.
How would you characterize Danny's level of depression as a result of the divorce?
I'm going to object to that. Characterization of depression, I have to sustain that objection.
Can I ask the question, sir, as to mild, medium, or severe?
You can ask his observations, but he's not a medical doctor. He can characterize it.
What were your observations of the level of depression by Mr. Rolling as a result of his divorce?
Suicidal, severe.
In the course of your conversations with Mr. Rolling over the course of your time as juveniles, teenagers, adults, he ever talked to you about spirits, demons, or devils?
Yes.
When did that first start?
Mainly in his teenage years.
What would he be discussing about these devils and demons and spirits?
Danny would talk about visions of demons, people in his dreams beating him, going through a gauntlet of people, striking him with sticks, torturing him, demons gnawing at him. An individual or figure would beat him, torture him.
When did this first come on? Can you recall?
Maybe when he was about 12, 13, 14 years old.
Mr. Rolling ever illustrate these demons in any form to you?
Danny?
Yes.
Yes.
In what way?
Draw pictures. He can draw pictures of them, describe them.
Okay. You said that he called them nightmares. Did he ever talk about actually seeing these things?
Yes.
During the course of your interaction with Danny Rolling, did you ever discuss with him or talk with him about perhaps seeing a psychiatrist or a psychologist?
No, because I love Danny as a cousin. And I knew that all his life he's been told he's been a failure. And I didn't want to bring any more negativity to Danny. And he didn't need it, even if it was something that would probably help him.
Your fear then was he would view it as a negative?
Yes.
And that would be based upon your interaction with him over the years?
Right.
How would you characterize Danny's level of self-esteem?
He had none.
During the time that you were growing up with Danny, was Danny somewhat of a moody person?
You could say he was moody.
What type of moods would he exhibit?
He'd sometimes go off to himself for long periods of time, maybe a day or two, just to be alone.
Did you notice anything that would necessarily cause this mood or moodiness in him?
His father.
In what way?
His father disciplined him again, beating him, being demeaning. Would cause Danny to leave.
Did James Harold Rolling ever strike you, the father?
No, not ever.
Did his father ever mistreat you in any way that you felt was inappropriate?
One time, I guess when I was about 15 years old, he put me and a cousin of mine outside about 103-degree temperature outside the backyard, and we sat there most of the day.
How were you sitting?
With our backs up against the wall.
Did you ever move?
No,
How long did you stay in that position?
all day.
Can you give me the number of hours that would have been roughly?
8.
Why didn't you move?
I was scared.
Of who?
James Harrell.
In your time spent in the Rolling household, did you notice any differences in the way James Harold Rolling treated his son Danny versus the way he treated his son Kevin?
When they were small, I didn't see any differences. I think he expected more out of Kevin than Danny.
How about as they got older?
Not much change.
How would Danny react to the discipline of his father?
Danny was the only one that fought back.
In what way?
He fought back. Danny was getting bigger. He couldn't handle the beatings anymore. Danny would fight back, whereas Kevin did not.
Would James Harold Rolling periodically get very angry in the house?
Yes,
What would cause him to be angry?
anything.
Anything?
Noise, going in one particular part of the house you shouldn't be in.
Were there portions of the house that were off limits
Right.
to the
Well,
children?
mainly in the living room, you couldn't sit on the furniture.
Anybody?
Anybody, it didn't matter who it was.
That would make him angry?
That would make him very angry.
Anything else? And when I say angry, something of an unusual nature, something out of the ordinary, not necessarily something that would all make us angry, but something out of the ordinary.
It would set him off.
Yes.
I guess if he was discussing Danny, it would set him off.
Anyone discussing Danny?
Yeah.
One of my favorite supplements is quinol turmeric.
Ever see Danny angry?
Not angry to anyone. He's gotten angry at himself.
What would he do when he would be angry at himself?
He'd go off to himself alone. Sometimes he would take his anger out on himself, like taking his fist and maybe hitting a piece of plywood or something like this.
Did you actually observe this type of conduct on his part?
Times.
How old would he have been when you first observed him doing this?
15, 16 years old.
At any time, did you ever see Mr. Rolling ever hug Danny Rolling any time in your life?
Never.
Did you ever hear him say a word of encouragement to Danny any
Never.
time in your life?
Not ever.
Ever hear him say he was proud of him any time in your life? Ever hear him say I love him any time in your life?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you. Charles? Please work.
Mr. Strozier, you and your family, your mother is Artie Mae Strozier, is that correct? And she and Claudia Rolling are sisters.
Right.
Now, until about the age of 6, you did not reside in the Shreveport area. Is that true?
It's true.
Because your father was in the military, and he retired from the military about age 6 when you came back to Shreveport, Bossier City area.
No, I think Dad retired about 1967. I think I was about 12, 13 years old. We were in Shreveport then.
Okay. Were you in Shreveport during the time that you were age 6 to about 12 or 13?
No, we was in Bossier City.
Okay, so you were in the Shreveport, Bossier City area from age 6 on.
From age 6 to about the age 12. Then we moved from Bossier City to Shreveport.
And that's right across the river.
Right, it's Twin City.
All right. Now, at age 18, you moved away from the Shreveport area. Is that true?
No.
You didn't go into the military?
I was about 20 years old when I went to the military.
And what year was that you went into the military, sir?
1977.
Okay. It wasn't in 1975 when you went into
I was in the reserves in 1975.
Okay, and you moved away in 1977 when you were about age 20.
Right.
Now, from the time 1977 until when did you get out of the military?
2 years ago.
So that
1992, July 3rd, 1992.
So from the time that you were away in the military, 1977 to 1992, you did not reside in the Shreveport, Bossier City area. Is that true?
Well, no, I was stationed at Barksdale Air Force Base from about 1984, from 1982 to about 1985.
Okay, you didn't reside in the Shreveport, Bossier City area though, right?
Yes, I did. That's
82 to 85.
right. That was.
Other than that period of time, 82 to 85, did you reside in the Shreveport area?
No.
So from most of the time, between 77 and 92, you did not reside in the Shreveport, Bossier City area.
Right.
Now, during the time that you were over at the Rolling home, you said that you spent quite some time there. Is that not true?
That's true.
And is it not true, and I think you've testified, that in fact Mr. Rolling was the disciplinarian in the home. Is that not true?
He was.
And as characteristic of that time, he was kind of the head of the household in his home.
He was the head of the household.
And his word is what stood.
That's right.
Now, Mr. Rolling was a strict disciplinarian in the sense things were right or wrong. Is that not true?
That's true, but to an extreme.
That's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
For Mr. Rolling, that was difficult for areas of gray. Is that not true? It was either something was right or something was wrong.
There was no in between.
And in fact, he instilled that in both Kevin and Danny.
That's correct.
And he treated them the same.
Right.
Is that not true?
There was times he treated them differently. It all depended on how each one showed any kind of success. It depended on James Harold's mood.
I thought you indicated that he had treated them while they were growing up, both of them the same. Is that not true?
He did most of the time.
Okay. And how about Kevin and Danny? Did they get along?
Very close.
And the three of you, in essence, did a lot of things together. Is that not true?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, as you were growing up and going over to their home, these, what you call beatings, were fairly infrequent, were they not?
I'd say most of the time, the physical beatings I didn't see. But the verbal I did. And
You saw a lot of ranting and raving by Mr. Rolling.
That's right, yes, sir.
Okay. And that was to both Kevin, Danny, and Mrs. Rolling.
Yes, sir.
It's all three of them.
Right.
And in essence, there were not, the beatings that you've described were infrequent. Is that not true?
They were infrequent.
Now, did you tell your mother and father about what was happening in the Rolling home?
They knew.
Did you tell them?
Yes.
And did you tell them the degree that you told this jury about, that
Yes.
what was going on in the home?
Yes.
And did your parents at any time restrict you or prohibit you from going over to the rolling house?
No.
Now, you talked about Kevin to some degree. Don't Kevin and his father now to this day get along? Isn't that true?
They do. As far as I can tell, they do.
Okay. And Kevin lives fairly near the Shreveport area. Although it's in Texas, he lives within a short distance of the Shreveport, Louisiana area, does he not?
It's about 35, 40 miles.
And he was in the military for quite some period of time, was he not?
Correct.
And did he retire from the military?
No.
But he spent, similar to yourself, a long period of time.
I think he spent 6 to 8 years in the Navy.
Okay, and currently, Kevin is now employed as well, is he not?
He is employed.
To your knowledge, Kevin has never been in any trouble. Is that not true?
I've never known Kevin to be in any kind of trouble.
Now, I think Mr. Rowling, at the time that you were going over to his home, he was also a police officer in the Shreveport Police Department, was he not?
Correct.
And didn't he retire as a lieutenant in the Shreveport Police Department?
He did.
And in addition to being a police officer, didn't oftentimes he work 2 jobs?
The only time I ever remember him working 2 jobs is when he perhaps was an usher at the state fair at the gate.
Okay, so to your knowledge, other than an odd job, he was not working 2 jobs oftentimes?
If he did, I wasn't aware of it.
All right. Did he provide for his family?
Yes.
Did he provide clothing and food and shelter for them?
Yes.
And then the fact that on occasion that he encouraged the family to do family things together. For instance, hunting and camping and fishing.
Yes.
And on occasion, it is the fact that you, in fact, went with James Harold, Danny Rowley, and his brother Kevin camping.
We did a few times.
And in fact, is it not true that on those occasions when you went camping, Mrs. Rowling did not go camping?
Correct.
Because she did not enjoy camping. Is that not true?
I don't think that's true. I think more because James Harold didn't want her to participate.
Are you sure of that?
I'd say so. He wanted her at home.
Now, you talked about, Danny talked, well, let me go back for a minute. Isn't it true that Danny's mom took him to church?
She did.
And they were regular attenders. Was it a Church of God or a Church of Christ?
A Church of Christ, I believe.
Okay. And they, meaning Claudia, his mom, Danny, and Kevin, were regular attenders as they were growing up in the Church of Christ.
They were.
And mom made it a point to make sure that they went to church.
Right.
And you mentioned the fact that Danny Rowling talked to you about seeing demons. Is that not true?
He did.
Did he ever attribute a name to those demons that he talked to you about?
No, I don't remember any name that he attached to the demons.
Did he ever talk to you when he spoke to you about these demons in terms of biblical passages in the Bible about these demons?
Sometimes he would relate the Bible.
And about Lucifer and the devil, is that not true?
No, I would say so, it's true.
Now, as Danny grew older, and as you grew older, Danny became, as most of us do, bigger. Is that not true?
Oh, yeah.
And at age 16 or so, he was much bigger than his father, was he not?
Yes.
He was taller. He was physically bigger, was he not?
Yes, he was.
And on occasion, you saw Danny and his father actually fighting. Is that not true?
It's true.
And in fact, I think one time when James Harold and Danny were in the backyard, they were boxing. He was teaching them to box, was it not true?
He wanted them to be
Tough.
tough. He wanted them to be tough.
And you knew that that was part of the process that was going on here too.
Right.
That he wanted them to be tough.
That's right.
And that they could handle themselves, right?
Handle themselves. That's true.
Okay? And in fact, to some extent, to a large extent, you admired that in them, did you not?
I admired Danny and Kevin because they're my cousins, but the way he was conducting this boxing, it was not normal. It scared me.
Well, but after seeing the process, you in fact admired the process, did you not? And admired them. Isn't that true?
No, I was scared.
Okay.
I was scared. That was nuts.
Grab just a moment, please, Your Honor. Page 105, beginning line 4. Mr. Strozier, I want to take you back to a deposition that was taken on October 13th and 14th of 1993 in the Cato Parish Courthouse. Remember that time, sir?
Yep, sure do.
And present was myself and this singer for the state of Florida and a lady by the name of Jennifer Sedalis and Tim Sedalis for the Public Defender's Office. Remember that?
Yes, sir, sure do.
And at that time, you were placed under oath and asked questions concerning this case. Is that not true?
That's true.
I'm going to read you a question and answer here. Question, so their dad whipped them and whipped them good, but they were tough guys. Answer, that's right. They wasn't. Danny and Kevin were just tough, period. And I kind of, in a way, admired them for it. You know, they even made it as far as they did. You remember that?
I remember that.
Now, as he was growing up, and even after Danny rolling, he got along with people. Is that not true?
Danny?
Yes, sir.
Danny's always got along with people.
And he knew right from wrong in his dealings, did he not?
I'd say so, yes.
And he knows that murder and rape are wrong. Is that not true?
Right.
Now, you mentioned at one point his ex-wife.
Yes.
And in fact, you met his ex-wife. Is that not true? On several occasions?
Several occasions.
And after meeting her on several occasions, you felt like she was a very nice girl.
She was.
And very sweet.
Right.
We hold off continual clicking of that camera. It is distracting some of the jurors.
And Mr. Rowling, did Danny Rowling talk to you about his breakup with Ometha?
No, not too much.
Did he ever mention to you that he in fact had struck Ometha during the course of their marriage?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of direct examination.
I believe you can answer that question.
I don't remember or recall Danny ever mentioning to me about him striking Ometha.
Or that he threatened her in some way with a shotgun?
No.
And that led to part of the breakup? Did he ever talk to you about that, Mr. Shozier?
No.
You mentioned the fact that Mr. Rowling, James Harrell, was down on Danny about himself. Is that not true?
It's true.
Isn't it true though that Danny did not have many successes in his life?
No.
After he was above the age of 12, isn't it true that he failed at a lot of things?
He failed at a lot of things.
And I believe that you mentioned that actually James Harrell Rowling expected more out of Kevin than he did out of Danny. Eventually,
a certain period of time, Kevin was able to handle James Harrell better.
All right, just a moment, please, Ron.
When you're told you're gonna fail all the time, you usually do. But that doesn't turn you into a serial killer. I suffered a lot
One of my favorite
of verbal abuse growing up. And I was told I was fat. And I was told pretty much that I was never going to amount to anything. When I tried out for cheerleading, oh, I'm not going to get it. You can't do this. You can't do that. It's constant. It was never good enough. But I went to nursing school and I graduated with a 3.8 GPA, and I was awarded the Academic Excellent Award. So just because somebody tells you that doesn't mean that it's true. It also doesn't turn you into a serial killer. So
that you, I assume that, I think the gist of it was between 82 and 85, you were at a base there in Bossier City. Is that right? So you were living in the area?
Yes, sir.
And during the same general time frame is when Danny got in trouble for some robberies, and you were aware of that. Is that not true?
Yes.
And on each occasion when Danny would return home after getting out of prison, he would in fact return home to James Harrell and Claudia's home. Is that not true?
Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
On each occasion, he spent at least some period of time after he returned home from prison and spent times with James Harrell and Claudia. Is that not true?
That's true.
So even though his father was a law enforcement officer and a lieutenant in the police department, on each occasion after his son had gotten in trouble, his home was still open to Danny Rowling. Is that not true?
That's true.
Now, you indicated, I think to Mr. Kearns, that you had never talked to Danny about seeing a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a counselor. Is that true?
That's true.
Let me go back to that same deposition, Mr. Strozier, on page 107.
I'm going to read you a series of question and answers beginning at line 8. Question: did you ever think to suggest that maybe he should go to see some kind of counselor or something? Answer: I did. A few times I asked Danny. I said, Danny, do you think maybe you need to go see a counselor or doctor? Question: what did he say about that? Answer: he said, they don't understand me, Chuck. You know, he said, what would they do for me? I said, well, they could probably give you some medication or something, you know. Do you remember making me asking you those? Wait a second. Do you remember me asking you those questions and you giving those answers?
I sure do. I do.
Okay. But yet your testimony is different here today?
Well, the reason why is because if I was asked Danny that question during the time that he was depressed, severely depressed, he could be liable to do anything. Now, you see, when you talk to Danny, you got to talk to Danny when Danny is Danny. Sometimes Danny's not Danny.
Did you ever talk to that man?
Right. Like Eileen Warnos, what she did was not justified. But I understand why she did it. She was a prostitute, and by killing her Johns and robbing them, she would get more money. So I understand why she did it. Doesn't mean that it's justified. But with this guy, there's no reason for him to have done what he did. Like, just because his dad was a POS doesn't mean that he had to do this. I mean, there's no correlation unless his dad terrorized him, so he wanted to terrorize other people. That still doesn't make sense, but maybe in his head it did, because he certainly terrorized people.
Right there in the blue shirt and the dark blue tie and suggest that he get counseling.
If I did, it was when Danny was Danny. It was when Danny was in his right mind.
And did Danny tell you, in essence, they don't understand me, Chuck, what would they do for me?
I believe that's correct.
That man right there gave you that answer.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nile asked you about Danny Harold Rowling's brother going into the military, and he was in the military. Did Kevin ever explain to you why he went into the military?
2 reasons. One was to show his dad that he can be successful at something, and the other reason was just to get away from the environment.
What environment?
The home life environment.
Where is Bossier City in relationship to Shreveport?
It's Twin City. It's on the eastern part of the area.
How far would it be?
Oh, once you cross the bridge, you're right in Bossier City Parish. It's a mile.
And how old were you when you first moved to Bossier City?
About 12.
How old were you when you were in Shreveport?
13. 12, 13 years old.
Mr. Nile asked whether or not it was true that Mr. Rowling Sr. provided food and shelter for Danny. And you said yes. Did he provide any love to Danny?
No.
Provide any respect to Danny?
No.
Provide any affection to Danny?
No.
Did he provide a normal father-son relationship to him?
No.
What was it about the boxing situation that scared you so bad?
It was crazy.
What do you mean by crazy?
Well, it was just nuts. It wasn't so much that he wanted them to participate in sport. He wanted Danny and Kevin to be tough. He wanted them to be able to meet his standards. His standards is not the same standards as people in this courtroom. It's beyond that. It's hard to describe.
When you were observing the boxing going on, who would be the boxing between?
How do you know? Explain. He's just spouting off stuff and not explaining what he means.
Kevin, Danny,
Okay. Who would be supervising this boxing between Danny and Kevin?
James Harold.
Did either of these two individuals during the time that you observed them, Danny and Kevin, hurt one another in these boxing?
Yep. They would.
And who was watching over them while they were doing it?
Uncle James.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Strozier, is that one of the differences between Kevin and Danny, that Kevin tried to show his dad that he was successful and Danny didn't? Isn't that one of the differences? Danny rebelled against his father. Is that not true? Danny was a failure.
Danny didn't rebel against his dad. Danny had to protect himself against his dad. That's all he could do.
Danny was a failure. Is that not true?
He was a failure to his dad.
And he tried not to be, he tried and he could not be successful.
Correct, for his dad.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Next step down. You wish this witness excused? Yes, please. You're excused. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Next witness, the country call you on. Would you state your name, please, ma'am?
Bernadine Holder,
And your address, Mrs. Holder?
6315 West Canal.
And you have a trade or occupation, ma'am?
I'm a retired cosmetologist.
How long have you lived in Shreveport?
32 years, 31 years.
And can I have the address that you live at?
6315 West Canal.
Okay. Ma'am, do you know an individual by the name of Danny Harold Rowling?
I sure do.
Do you see Mr. Rowling here in the courtroom today?
Yeah, he's over there.
I'd ask the record to reflect that she has correctly identified the defendant, Mr. Rowling.
So,
How did you come to know Mr. Rowling?
He's my best friend's son,
And who would be your best friend?
his mother,
Where did the Rowlings live in relationship to you?
directly across the street from me.
And how long have you lived directly across the street from the Rowling residence in Shreveport, Louisiana?
For 28 years.
How frequently would you visit the Rowling home?
I visited the Rolling home almost on a very daily basis because we did a lot of things together.
Who's we did a lot of things together?
Claudia, his mother, and I did a lot of things together as far as crafts and stuff like that.
Do you know who Mr. Rowling's father is?
James Harold Rowling?
And you know Mr. Rowling also?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Rowling?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you remember any conversations you had with Mr. Rowling the first time you met him?
He was very upset. I'll never forget it because he came in from work and I was there at the kitchen table visiting with his wife. And he came in from work and he asked me who I was, and I told him he knew who I was. I was a neighbor across the street. And he told me that he thought I ought to go home and stay across the street because his wife didn't need any friends. And I would be interfering with any wifely duties as far as her taking place in the home. And he didn't want me there and not to come back.
Well, excuse me.
Did you subsequently develop a friendship with Miss Claudia Rowling?
Did I
Develop a friendship with Mrs. Rowling?
Yeah, we were very close.
At any time did you ever observe any physical violence to Mrs. Rowling by Mr. Rowling, the father?
Yeah, he was always angry about something, one way or another. If maybe he didn't like what we were doing, we would do crafts at the kitchen table, and he wouldn't want us doing anything on that kitchen table because you'd mess up that kitchen table. He had to tell you how to do something if we were doing crafts, and like we put it, she would have like a plastic tablecloth on the table. Well, that wasn't good enough. He would go tear up brown paper sacks and say, get that stuff off the table, and real abrupt and sharp, and put your stuff on here. You're going to ruin my table. And so we had to do what he said to do.
Did he ever exhibit any violence towards Mrs. Rowling?
He was abusive to her, verbally abusive to her every day of her life.
What would you say to her? What would this verbal abuse consist of?
just, well, he would just scream at her about different things she did. Anything she did, for instance, like working with ceramics, if myself and other friends were at the house, say another friend, she was giving her talents away to us, teaching us her talents. She was giving away her talents, and that was stupid. That was stupid.
How would Mr. Rowling act when he got angry?
He would go berserk. It was just like he was crazy. He was just off the wall.
Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Rowling ever had any separations in the course
Yes,
of their
they did. They separated several times. One time I didn't know where she had gone, and another time she had called me after she had got settled in an apartment. And I have heard from the family members of different stories throughout her life from her mother and dad and her.
Did you ever have an opportunity to observe any interaction between James Harold Rowling and his two children? First of all, is there another child in the family?
Kevin.
Did you have an opportunity to observe any of the reactions between the father with the two boys?
He treated them the same. He was verbally abusive to them.
Did you ever see any acts of violence or what you would consider inappropriate conduct aggressively towards either of the boys?
Well, he was abusive to both of them, and Kevin more or less could tune him out. And yet he would seem like he would take most of that anger towards Danny. Danny received more or less the blunt because Kevin would tune him out and try to get out of the house or something, to get away from him.
Did you ever witness any acts of violence by the father on the boys?
Yes, I've seen them.
Okay. What did they
I've heard strappings that he gave them.
Did you see these?
I didn't see him. I was sitting at the kitchen table, but I heard him.
How frequently would these occur?
Whenever he thought they did something wrong and they deserved punishment, they got beat.
What would be the types of things that in his mind warranted punishment?
Anything, any stupid, nonsensical little thing could make him angry.
Can you give me some examples?
They could, if he told them to get their shoes off out of one place and put them somewhere else, if they didn't jump up and do it right then and there, he would explode.
Did you ever see any time physically or actually see Mr. Rowling strike or hit Danny Rowling at any time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What happened?
Danny had come home from school one day and he came home from work. And he just physically started beating the boy in the front yard on the porch. And he was beating him with such a force that I called the mother at work on her job, and I told her to come home because I was afraid the man was going to kill him.
Did Mr. Rowling ever express, senior now, Mr. James Harold Rowling, ever express to you his feelings about Danny?
He hated him.
Did he use those words?
He hated him. He told me he hated him. He told me he would kill him.
How old was Danny when this was going on?
This started from the very first time I ever met the Rowlings. He was always like this. James was always the big macho police officer that had complete control, and you didn't cross him. You didn't get in his way, because if you did, he would take his anger out on you, and he would get even with you in one way or another.
Did you ever see Mr. Rowling Sr. ever threaten Danny with a weapon?
Yes, I did.
What happened in that situation?
I was out in my backyard one day, and I was cleaning off the patio, and the neighborhood children were in front of the house playing, and Danny come running across the street to my house, and he had seen me. The way our houses sat, you could just look. And anyhow, he came over. He said, "He's trying to kill me. My dad is trying to kill me. He says he's going to kill me. He's got a gun over there." And I said, "You're kidding." He said, "No, he's got a gun." And I said, go in the house. Just get out of his sight and go in the house. Just stay here and go in the house. And I went over there and I asked James what was wrong with him. I said, what is the matter with you? Why are you doing this? And he was ranting and raving across the carport that he was going to kill him.
How old was Danny then?
It seemed like he was 16 or 17 years old. And he had just retired from the Shreveport Police Department. And I asked him, I kept talking to him because he had the gun. He showed me the gun. And he told me he was going to kill him if he got in his way. And I told him I was afraid because my children were out front as well as neighbor children. And I was afraid he was going to shoot that gun and kill one of my kids or possibly a neighbor, one of the neighborhood children. And I told him, I said, you just retired from the police department. If you hate Danny so much, why would you, is this what you want to do? You want to kill him and throw your whole life away? I said, you worked all your life to be retired, and then now you're going to kill him and you're going to sit in prison the rest of your life for what you did to your son? And I said, please put the gun away and go in the house and shut the door and cool off. And he just looked there and he cussed some more and screamed. And I said, please go in the house. I said, there's other kids across the street and you're going to hurt somebody. And he just turned and went in the house and slammed the door.
Was there any difference in the way that James Harrell treated Danny versus the way he treated his brother Kevin?
He treated them both alike, but he was more aggressive with Danny. And like I said, Kevin tuned him out. Danny would argue back with his dad, try to reason with him, but Kevin would just kind of tune him out and just try to get away, get out of the situation, because the more you stayed confronted with him, the madder and the meaner he got.
I assume that you met Kevin on several occasions, or no?
Yes, I know Kevin very well.
Kevin exhibit any unusual mannerisms?
Kevin, in my book, is a walking time bomb full of emotion. He wrings his hands and he strokes his face constantly every time you see the young man. And he just kind of bounces when he's over at his dad's and his mother, and it's like, get me out of this house. Just, I'm here. I'll come to see my mother and dad.
Again, relevance. And you don't have any qualifications to say that makes him a nervous person. Like I said, I don't know, maybe it's different. No, it's not different, because I asked Salita. I asked her if the rules of evidence were the same during a penalty phase as it was during a regular trial. And she said, yes, it's the same. Therefore, she should not be allowed to testify about his brother having nervous habits. She doesn't have any expertise about nervous habits, number one. Number two, it's not relevant.
And like he just couldn't wait to get out of that house because he was afraid something was going to happen. And he wanted out of there. He didn't want to hang around long.
Did you ever observe the meal times in the Rolling home when the boys were young?
Yes, I did.
What were they like?
Well, you couldn't eat at the same table with James Harrell because no matter how these boys ate, it wasn't correct. If they were eating soup or stew or whatever, they were making too much noise chewing or slurping, or just, it wasn't right. And he would have his mouth full of food and running down the sides of his face.
I can't stand to hear somebody slurp. That drives me crazy. And my husband does it. And if I say anything to him, he'll do it louder on purpose just to tick me off, because he knows I hate it. And he doesn't do it if we go out to eat, but he doesn't usually order food that you can slurp when we go out to eat. So I think that's the only reason he doesn't do it when we go out to eat. He doesn't ever order soup or anything like that when we go out. But he'll do it just on purpose to bother me. Because there are certain sounds that I just can't, and slurping is one of them. But I would never be violent to somebody that was slurping. But it makes sense that he focused on Danny because Danny would stand up to him. Because, I always say I was abused verbally. Well, yeah, I was abused verbally, but if I stood there and talked back to my mom, I would get backhanded in the mouth. So, and my mom, if mom was dressed up, if we were out somewhere, she always had these big giant rings on. And so I would get hit in the mouth and those rings would split my lips. So, I guess technically I was abused, physically abused, but it wasn't horrible abuse. But so, yeah, you don't talk back. And so I can see why he was harder on Danny, because Danny would stand there and sass him back, whereas Kevin would just leave. So I understand that totally.
Face, and he'd be yelling at them and screaming at them. They weren't eating right. And you couldn't, I don't know how in the world the boys ate myself. I couldn't eat I would not be able to eat a meal in that household when that man was in one of those moods, because you couldn't digest your food.
You said that you were a beautician.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do any work for Mrs. Rowling and Mr. Rowling in this area?
Yeah, I cut James's hair on a weekly basis. Every time the man needed a haircut, I cut his hair. I never charged him. His wife and I did ceramics and things together. I cut Claudia's hair, permed it. I've done Danny's hair. I've done Kevin's hair.
During the times that you would be doing their hair, I assume that you would engage in conversations.
Right.
Did Mr. Rowling ever at any time engage you in a conversation as to his beliefs concerning love?
There's no such thing as love in James's book. Love is garbage. Love is when somebody wants something from somebody.
Are these your opinions of him, or is this what he is saying?
This is what he has told me. Love, that's not the phrase to use, is garbage, but love is nothing. Love, if you love somebody, they just want something from you. They want to use you. They want something from you for nothing. There's no such thing as love.
You know, if just Mr. Rowling kept a black book.
Yeah, he did.
What is this?
He had a black book, and he was on the Shreveport Police Department, and he had a black book and he had names in it. And these were supposedly names of people that he worked with on the job. And names from anybody that ever aggravated him, or he thought aggravated him, or did something to.
Relevance. What does this have to do with Danny? Come on, state. Object. If the rules of evidence are the same in a penalty phase as a regular trial, object, because that's not relevant.
Make him mad. He had their name in this little black book. And he would come into the kitchen where Claudia and I would be working on our ceramics or shirts, whatever we were doing, and he would tell us to shut our mouths and not make a sound. And he would pick up the phone and he would call. He would call one of the numbers out of the black book, women, different people. He never identified himself. And he would say,
Thank you.
Mrs. Holder, at any time that you were in the home, did you ever observe Mrs. Rowling, Claudia Rowling, have a nervous breakdown?
Yes, I did.
What happened then?
She was getting ready for work one day, and she was real nervous and she was real upset because she said she had had a telephone call, something about James. And I went home after we talked a while because she had to get ready to go to work. And it wasn't long after James got in, the boys came running across the street to my house and said, "Come help my mother. Come help my mother."
How old was it this time?
It seemed like they were 13, 15, between 11 and 15 years old.
And what did they say when they got to the house?
They said something happened to their mother. Would I please come and help her? She needed me real bad.
What did you do?
I went across the street, and as I ran into the house, the father stopped me. He grabbed me by the shoulders and just said, "Stop. You don't know what you're doing." And I said, "Where's Claudia? What's wrong?" And he said, "She's gone crazy. She's lost her mind. She's in the bathroom." And I went to the bathroom. I just pushed by him, and I went to the bathroom to see about her, and she was just totally out of control. She was climbing the walls like a cat, and she didn't know who I was.
Where were the boys?
They were standing behind me in the hall, and they had a picture of Jesus, and they were trying to tell their mother that Jesus loved her, and everything was going to be all right.
Do you know if at any time Mrs. Rowling ever made any attempts to report abusive conditions in the home to law enforcement?
Yes, I do. I took her down to the police station one day myself.
What happened?
They wouldn't let her make a report on him beating her because they told her he was a Shreveport police officer and she would get over her madness in a few days, and that she would ruin his job and to go home and go stay with a friend or a sister, and things would work out in a few days and she can go back home.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis.
Please, Court.
Ms. Holder, I believe that you had, well, let me start this way. You moved across the street from Rollings about the time that Danny was 12 years old. Is that not true?
Right, somewhere in that range, 11 to 15, 11, 12, 13 years old.
So prior to your moving across the street from the Rollings, you did not know them prior to that time?
Right, I did not know them.
That was your first knowledge of them?
Right.
So prior to the age 11, 12, or 13, you were not aware of what happened at the Rolling home. Is that not true?
Right.
Now, you mentioned an incident when you first met Mr. Rolling where he told you not to come back.
Right.
And in fact, after that time, you continued to visit with Claudia Rolling.
That's right, I sure did.
Oftentimes 2-3 times a day.
That's right.
Until, as you call yourself today, you and Claudia Rolling are best friends.
We are.
So you didn't pay any attention to Mr. Rolling when he told you not to come over.
No, because I told him that his wife had invited me over, and I felt that if she wanted me to leave, she would ask me to leave. I didn't come over there to visit with him. I came to visit with her.
And from that point forward, day in and day out, you used to go to the Rolling home.
I did.
And in fact, you were friends not only with Claudia, but with James Harold as well.
You're very correct. I was. I was very close to James for a while.
And in fact, only recently,
correct,
recent time that Danny got in trouble in Ocala in 1990, the robberies, did you then become enemies with James Harold Rolling? Is that not true?
Correct.
Up until that time, you and he had a friendly relationship. Is that
not all the time? We did. We had a rapport there that we stood each other.
In fact, that rapport was so much that when Danny came over involving the incident with the gun, that you had no hesitation about going over to the Rolling home and speaking with James Harold Rolling. Is that not true?
That's correct. And the reason I went over there is because there were children in front of my home. My children were in that front yard, as well as neighbors' children in that front yard. And I didn't want one of my children killed or one of the neighborhood children killed, because I truly believe the man will do it. The man has said he would kill me, and he told me he would eliminate the whole family.
Could you answer my question, though? You had no hesitation about
No, I didn't.
going over
No,
to
I didn't.
Mr. Rolling's house?
No, I didn't, because I feared for my children's lives and the lives of the neighborhood children.
But you didn't fear for your own life?
No, because I didn't think that he would hurt me.
Because you and he had this type of relationship.
You just said that the man said he was going to kill you.
Is that not true?
Right.
Now, in 1990, things changed dramatically for you and Mr. Rolling.
Correct.
To where now, isn't it true that you and he are enemies?
I'm not an enemy of James Harold Rowland. If James Harold would allow me to come over to his home and visit Claudia, I would go right over there today and do it.
But you don't do it?
No, because he has threatened to kill me. He has threatened to kill me.
But you don't want to do it?
I don't want to. I would love to go over there.
What I'm asking you is, up until 1990, things changed dramatically. Up until that time,
From
you got along fine.
From James's point of view, they changed dramatically. Yes, they did.
But you're still friendly towards him?
I have seen James in stores, and I have seen James out front, and I have waved at James, and I would go on my way. I have.
And isn't it a fact, Ms. Holder, that when Claudia Rowling, who is sick, that James has been taking care of her, that she still lives at home with James Harold Rowling?
She does live at home with James Harold Rowling.
And that they have continued to be married. Now I think they're approaching 40 years of marriage. Is that not true?
They are. They have been married that long.
Now, in terms of the physical violence that you have talked about, isn't it true that as long as you knew them from age 12 on, that you saw in effect 2 acts of violence on Danny Rowling? Is that not true?
Well, I've heard a lot of acts of violence against Danny and Kevin both.
Okay, let's talk first, though, but that wasn't really the question. Let's talk first about seeing acts of violence with your own eyes. You only saw 2 physical acts of violence involving Danny Rowling and his father. Is that not true?
I saw him with the gun attempting. He said he was going to kill Danny. I saw him beat Danny with his fist. And there were other times when I would see verbal abusive arguments between them.
Okay, now let's talk about physical acts of violence. You just told this jury 2.
That's the ones that stick in my mind the most, because I was in fear for that young man's life, as well as other children.
So you're saying there are others, but you don't remember them?
There were other instances where James was abusive every day of his life.
It's obvious you don't like him, but I'm asking you the question. You saw 2, is that right?
You say I don't like him. That's your saying.
Okay.
I like James Harold, and I care deeply for James Harold and Claudia both. It's a very strange situation there.
Well, let's stick to the question. You saw 2, in the time that you've been at your home, you've seen 2 physical acts of violence by James Harold Rowling against Danny Rowling.
Right.
And you've heard about other ones from Claudia Rowling.
I've heard about other ones because I was present in the home when he would beat those boys, and those boys would be in another room, and I would hear their screams, their pleas for him to stop.
Grab just a moment, John. I want to read from the deposition, page 50. Ms. Holder, you remember taking your deposition on October 15, 1993 in the Cato Parish Courthouse.
Yes, I took a deposition. You took my deposition?
And you remember myself and Ms. Singer from the State Attorney's Office
Yes,
being
I
present? And also a lady by the name of Jennifer Sedalis and Tim Sedalis from the Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
And at that time, you were sworn to tell the truth?
Yes.
Let me read you the following questions and answers. Question, line 2. Okay, so going back to the original question here, how many times did you actually see him physically? Answer, that was the worst time. Question, hit. Answer, that I've seen him hit Danny, and one other time when I was over there, I heard him strapping the boys, and he strapped them with a leather belt, and you could just hear that belt popping and popping and popping and popping. Question, so are we saying 2 times? Answer, that was the only 2 that I can remember that stuck in my mind, because. You remember that being?
I remember saying that.
So the time that you answered the deposition, you were talking about hearing as well as seeing. Is that not true? That you were present for in the home?
Not for just 2 in hearing, and I think I told you that in my deposition.
Did you give those answers to those questions?
I did.
Now, also in terms of the contact between Mr. Rowling and his son, did you not see an occasion when Danny, in fact, they were boxing in the backyard and Danny knocked his father out? Did you remember seeing that?
I had heard about it, and I believe I was in the kitchen when it happened.
Okay.
And it really upset his father.
Now, let me ask you this, Ms. Holder. Claudia Rowling took her sons to church regularly, did she not?
Correct.
And she made it a point to do that.
Correct.
And in fact, I believe it's a Church of God or a
Church of God.
That was down the street that they.
On West Canal.
And that's close to the home.
Correct.
And Danny and his mom and the brother were regular attenders at that Church of God. Is that not true?
Correct.
Now, during some of this period of time when the boys were growing up, Claudia worked as well. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And that you would visit her frequently after she, in fact, after she came home from work.
Correct.
And I believe she worked as an artist. Is that not true?
She did one of her jobs, worked as an artist.
And she, in fact, y'all did some crafts, and she was a very talented artist. Is that not true?
Very talented person.
And she, in fact, sold some of her items when she was doing artistic work.
She would have carport sales and sell some of her stuff. Yes, she did.
And in fact, the job that she had was artistically related, was it not? And the fact that she helped.
She painted pictures in her artistic work is what she did. She worked for a photo studio where she painted pictures.
Now, you were aware in the neighborhood that Danny had been caught peeping on occasion, had you not?
Yes.
And that was fairly common knowledge within the neighborhood.
I had heard that.
The neighbors knew that he was peeping. Is that not true?
I had heard that he had peeped in some lady's house and he was looking at her daughters and she had gotten upset about it. And I had heard that, yeah.
And she had a young daughter and he was seen or caught peeping at the young daughter. Is that not true?
Yeah, that's what they said.
And in fact, that upset Mr. Rowling as well, did it not?
I can't really remember whether it upset James or not. I just heard of the incident.
Okay. And did Claudia tell you about any problems that Danny had at school concerning school or truancy?
I didn't know of any problems she had at school with either one of the boys.
Isn't it true that in fact, that Claudia Rowling did not discuss Danny's problems with you? Isn't that true?
It's not true. Claudia and I talked a lot about our children.
Did she tell you about the problems that he had at school?
Like I said, I wasn't aware of problems he had at school.
Or problems that he had with setting fire to animals?
I never heard of him setting fire to animals. I heard his dad killed the cats in the neighborhood.
Well, that's not really what I asked you.
Okay.
Nosy neighbor that just wants 15 minutes of fame? What do you think? Like, she's getting awful defensive. Like, his cousin didn't get all defensive when he was cross-examined. He was just saying what he knew. But this lady, she's getting heated up here.
And each time that Danny came home after getting in trouble for the robberies, and each time that he came and got out of prison, that he came home and lived with James, Harold, and Claudia. Is that not true?
He did.
And his father allowed him to do that. Is that not true? As well as his mother. Is that not true?
That's true. He did it because his wife wanted her son back at home. And he said that he felt that he loved his wife and he wanted to do what she thought was right, and he would allow it to happen because otherwise it would upset her and make her unhappy. He allowed it.
Mr. Rowling did not want to make her unhappy.
That's right.
And isn't it true, Ms. Holder, that in the final analysis, that Mr. Rowling thinks that he raised Dan Harold Rowling in an appropriate fashion?
In his mind, he thinks that he raised his boys to the best of his ability.
And that he did the very best that he could. Isn't that true?
He felt that way. But his actions didn't show it.
Is that when he let him return home from prison? Is that the actions you're referring to?
I'm talking to the actions of his verbal abuse to these boys and their mother on a daily basis, or anybody that upset him.
I don't think I have anything else.
Mrs. Holder, you have raised your children the same way James Harold Rowling raised his
Excuse me,
children.
Mr. Kearns, that's not a proper question.
Mrs. Holder, the time that Mrs. Rowling had the physical breakdown, did she have to be hospitalized?
Yes, she did.
You know for how long?
I think she was there for 2 weeks.
No question.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm going to step down here.
Thank you.
Alrighty. That is it for today. Tomorrow, his mom is going to testify. And hopefully it won't be a bunch of crappy excuses, but it probably will. I am now, because we were talking about it today, I'm kind of interested. Like, I know the outcome, but I do not know how many voted for death penalty and how many didn't, because back then it didn't have to be unanimous, and now it does in the state of Florida. So I was thinking it was a unanimous thing, and when we were talking about it earlier, I realized, oh wait, it didn't have to be unanimous back then. So I'm kind of anxious to see if it was or not. It just had to be a majority back then. So oh, you know what? I don't say it very often on here because I know how people are about religion, but you'll get a miracle. It's prophesied in the Bible. You'll get a miracle. I believe that. I believe that you are God's chosen people and you will get a miracle. So I am in prayer, constantly in prayer for Israel. Oh, I knew what you meant. Okay. Yeah. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I don't know how many, I meant to check before I shut everything down to check to see how many more parts we are. We are now on defense's case in chief, so I don't think it's too much longer. So I'm thinking we'll be done this week or early next week. And I'm not gonna stream the Donald Adelson trial because I really don't know much about that case. So I won't be streaming any more trials, I don't think, until October is the Sarah Boone trial. And if Legal Bites is going to stream that one, I probably won't be streaming it. But I am going to do a video because I streamed the Ashley Benefield trial and there's a new motion in her case. So I will be getting a video out sometime this week. I'm going to read the motion. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure that I'm going to understand all of it, but I get the gist of it. So, and since I did live stream that trial, I'm going to go ahead and make a video on that. It's Taylor, bless his heart. Now, he does part of it, he claims jury tampering, which I'm not sure it's actually jury tampering. But the first part of it, he says it's prosecutorial misconduct. I'm not quite sure it's prosecutorial misconduct either. But I kind of think that I wouldn't have gone there if I was him. But I think he's got a better chance with the jury tampering part than the prosecutorial misconduct. But he's trying to get another trial for her is what he's trying to do. My feeling about that is I think there was some miscommunication with the jury, and I think that's why they came back with a compromise verdict of manslaughter, because it was late. It was late at night, and I think they thought they had to stay there till they had a verdict. And then it was so late that they didn't want to come back the next day, so they just did the compromise verdict of manslaughter. And I think there was a miscommunication. So I think he would have done better if he would have done something with that. But now he's saying that someone was texting somebody. I think it was a jury member was texting their brother, and then their brother was putting it on the law and crime website that his sister was a juror and like giving a play-by-play of what was going on in the juror room. So look for that video. That will be out this week sometime. And I'm going to do a video on Sarah Boone just in case. I'm going to stream the trial because the Ashley Benefield trial, that was kind of a spur of the moment thing because I thought that Legal Bites was going to stream it, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh no, I'm not going to stream it. And then she she just did the recaps. So I streamed it. So I didn't ever do like a video about her. So I'm going to do a video about Sarah Boone just in case. And I'm not going to do like all her many motions and stuff like that. I'm just going to do like who she is, what she did, that kind of a video. Okay, guys, thank you again so much for showing up. And tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I will be back. And I will be using OBS, and hopefully everything will load because it did not want to work this morning at all. Yeah, Sarah Boone is crazy. Sarah Boone is a narcissist. Sarah Boone thinks that wrong one. Yes, she is a narcissist, and she thinks that everything she does is just perfect. She just excels at everything. She's a wonderful mother. She's a wonderful student. She has great handwriting even. She's one of those people. And I have family members that are like that. And when it came to the argument that she made about using the classroom in order to review like all of her stuff for her case, all her discovery, to have a place to put the laptop and go over all the hard copies and all of that stuff. And then they were like, well, no, we can't let you use that classroom because it's for something else. And then, but she's like, but no, it's not. It sits empty there all the time. What do you mean? Why can't I use it? And she's like, but no, it's allotted for something else. We can't allow you to use that. I have family members like that. If they don't see it being used for something, they just assume that they can use it. And it's like, no, you can't. You can't do that. But why? I don't understand. Why can't I? Because I said you can't. That's why. It's for something else. You can't do that. That's how narcissists are. If they don't see something being done with something, they think I can have that because it's not being used. I can't even explain the mindset because I don't think that way. I don't understand the mindset. But I have people in my family that are like that, and I've had to cut ties with some of them because they drive me crazy. They're crazy and they want everybody else to be crazy. Oh, that's wonderful. I would love to go to Israel. Right now is not a good time to go. But I would love to. I would love to. I want to walk where Jesus walked. I want to see everywhere he was. Okay. All right. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Thanks again. And hopefully everything will run smoothly. Man, OBS was not cooperating. Things weren't loading right. And then my electricity went out. This was not a good morning, but we got everything going good. So hopefully tomorrow will go smoother and I will see you guys then. Bye. Have a good evening.